here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway we will be doing is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we will be doing is we will be gifting a reading when we get back to the collective, when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to push this reading out to those who haven't received before. So thank you so much for helping do your part to share these messages. Before we get started today, I'm going to be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. If you've been feeling a little out of sorts the last couple of days, if you've been feeling very sentimental, if you've been going through a lot of rumination on the past, and perceiving how much one's opinion has changed upon something from the past, that's a good descriptor to a lot of the energy that we've been experiencing at this time. We've got some big astrological movements that are happening, and we've been seeing them in the cards as well. Saturn has completed its transfer out of Pisces into Aries. And today, Mercury should be moving out of Taurus into Gemini. All of this is the lead up prior to going into that new moon in Gemini. So it's just like boom, 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 24th, 25, 26. And, I think, the thing about it, Saturn transiting into Pisces, out of Pisces into Aries is a big deal. And a lot of it has to do with, and I think it's helpful, but I also think that it can bring up a lot of sore subjects, or it could bring up a lot of sore feelings. But the thing is, we work through difficult feelings in order to be able to chart that path forward. And, one of the big messages that we've been having in relationality to that transit coming through from Pisces into Saturn is the fact that when we're moving with intention, sometimes feelings don't have to do with it, right? We've talked a lot about the fact that, we sometimes have to shepherd our feelings into places that feel like they help us, that often feelings are like children, that the feelings exist in the space of the past. And sometimes the feelings want to go back to things in the past that aren't good for us, but that where they were formed, right? And this is why we often have to look at the space of the feelings almost being like children, being able to ascertain and assess what feels like something that is supportive to the self, right? Like the feelings that come up to you and say they want a sandwich or they want a cup of water, versus those moments that, the feelings come up and ask for a pack of matches and a stick of dynamite, right? It's that ability to be able to sort through our feelings and remembering that that is what we mean by honoring feelings. Honoring feelings doesn't mean just doing whatever feelings dictate every time, every moment. That's being controlled by your feelings, and feelings are fickle things. But when we're able to observe our feelings, when we're able to recognize or identify what the feelings are asking for. When we sit with them, right? Much like we would sit with a child that asks us for something and might not be the best for them, we're able to understand the difference between the feeling that says, I want more of something that I received versus the energy that says, I want to go back because I feel like I energetically missed something that I never received. And we talk a lot about this here, the ability to do that work, the ability to understand what the feelings are asking for. This is what we mean by both honoring feelings, but also in working in a space of non attachment, remembering that non attachment doesn't mean trying to go numb. In what context have you ever looked at anyone who's healed anything and they look at you and say, it's great? Can't feel anything, can't feel a thing, never been better. That's not that's not healthy. Our ability to feel something, even if it's painful, but not feel energetically controlled by that pain, right? To be able to understand why something hurts, but being able to persevere through regardless. Well, welcome to Saturn transiting out of Pisces into Aries during the same transition of Taurus into Gemini, right? It's the conversation that when something is hurts, you put that in a space that matters, something that heals, because we also see that there's some work that's happening right now in Chiron. Now, this is having a big impact across the frequency cycles. For masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For a lot of the energy in separation right now, every time I've been reading, these are magician partnership cycles that we see that are being created right now. And it's really beautiful because not only do we see the fact that the magician is, and I feel like the magician to a certain extent is a good summary of the energy. I think the reason we're having the magician coming up so much for the energy and separation is a lot having to do with this transit into Saturn moving into Aries, because the prioritization of this relationship cycle, the previous one were all chariot partnerships. And those partnerships became like resolved or moved deeper into divine union at around the time that Mercury and Venus stationed, like woke up or came direct behind Neptune. Ever since then, these have been magician partnerships because while the energy that was in chariot was prioritizing the stabilization that could be found in partnership, the energy right now coming together is prioritizing authenticity. It's working through the lessons of majesty that we experience during the Taurus cycle. What are the lessons of majesty? Which is when we're good with ourselves, right? Not being perfect. Nobody's perfect. Okay. Nobody's perfect. But when we know what we're trying to work on, right? The song you'll hear of someone trying to be perfect is I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it, right? Operating the majesty of the self, identifying what one's work is, understanding the assignment of the self. When we understand the assignment of the self, we let go of the illusion of rejection. Because if we're in the space that we like ourselves and we like what we see, and all that we find within is intentional that we give to another, and another person goes, right? This is also non-attachment, because while that may sting, right? Ow, it's not like you're not gonna like, you're not gonna like agonize over it. You're not gonna like you just say, it stings, but it's not the worst thing to happen. It be like that, right? It's like a bit of that be like that energy. Um, and that's why we see, but it's also difficult because we also recognize for a lot of that energy that's in separation, that ability of coming into authenticity and potentially doing so as a way of healing from relationships where another person had aversion to the self, where another person would look at you and say in some way, shape, or form, you be perfect if, you be perfect but, right? The identification that often we understand that we don't go into partnership in any way to avoid change. Like newsflash, like we change, we always change in partnership. Partnership, relationship. If you don't want to change, stay in hermit mode. Okay. Partnership is where we go to train to change. But when we are in a healthy partnership, we change in ways that bring us closer to the self. We operate in that state of wonder, in the wonder of becoming who we are meant to be. And it's that change that feels like it's aligned to our highest self that feels like it's the energetic miracle. Whereas when we're in unhealthy partnership, it's that space or that sense of another person holding aversion to who we are, and that constant contortion that makes us feel like we're changing in ways that we do not desire or we don't aspire to. They feel like they drain us, or they make us feel like they aren't necessarily in a space that they feel like they're supportive to the self. But this is why it's kind of difficult right now for some of the energy and separation, because building into a healthy relationship wherein they're operating in their authenticity, and it's a little hard, it's a little cringe, right? This is why we say we're cringe but we're free. And finding someone that loves us in that space, it immediately helps us recognize what was missing in the other relationships. It immediately helps us kind of work through those lessons, right? We don't understand things in the moment they're occurring. Sometimes we need that point of comparison. Welcome to Gemini energy, because Gemini energy brings a lot of that a lot of that comparison to us. Now, for the energy that's coming into divine union, as I mentioned, these are those chariot partnerships that we spoke about. And a lot of these partnerships have been going through it, but not because of each other. They've been going through it internally because they found the stabilization partnership. And we've been talking about this. Nothing prepares you for what you find in healthy partnership, because when you go into healthy partnership, you have a heart opening. And you don't know what trauma you carry until you're in a space that's energetically safe. This is why we say we don't heal from trauma to make room for trauma. We heal from trauma so that when we find our joy, it doesn't feel like an illusion. Because when we are conditioned for trauma and we find stability, the stability feels like an illusion. So what is the energy right now in Chariot doing for one another? They're giving each other a reality check. They're reminding each other that this stabilization point of what they found, this is reality, right? And that ability to understand that the force of the ability to maintain peace is being able to believe in that peace, to be able to find that stability point, potentially with counterparts, with friends, with connections that also work in that same condition. We see even now that kind of working through that even plane, it's hard. It sometimes feels like it's painful, because you start to see things in the past that you couldn't see before, either inside the self or outside of the self. But what's beautiful is I keep on hearing hard but stable, right? Recognizing what that work is, going, ow, but being able to persevere through it regardless. Welcome to that Taurus into Gemini. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I'm seeing that that energy right now has been temperance moving into justice. This is a lot of energy that has been doing the work on the self. Potentially that full moon that we experienced, the Scorpio full moon in Taurus, it was a little bit of a tricky one, because Scorpio doesn't like being in Taurus, right? It's observing the path of change, either the path of change from the past, how far you've come, or how far you have to go, right? And it's not easy, right? Because Scorpio through Taurus talks about how hard it is to change, often because it's working through, again, how do we, it's about an adaptation, right? Taurus teaches us, and this is the conversation between Taurus and Gemini. When you're not good at something, you do it again and again and again and again and again and again, and it feels like it's impossible. It feels like it's impossible until one day you go to do it and you don't even think about it. It becomes muscle memory, right? You can do it with your eyes closed. So that's often the conversation that we see between Taurus and Gemini. It's working through perseverance that then allows adaptability. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy working through that, it's recognizing either the changes of the self, how far you've come, or it's working towards a goal, how far you have yet to go. Is this the energy that's seeing that work and saying, forget it? No. This is the energy that understands, and we're going to talk about this a lot, because the difference, right? The difference between fickleness and adaptability, right? This is often something that Geminis have to work through. What is fickleness? Fickleness is changing for the sake of change. It's change without a manifestation goal. It's that hot-footedness that sometimes just makes us in a space that that's why sometimes too much change can become its own blockage point. Because Taurus, the marriage point between Taurus and Gemini teaches us that when we are working towards When we do change for change's sake, we don't get anywhere. But when we focus on a manifestation goal and we say, what is it going to take to get there? It allows us to both have the fortitude to be adaptable, to be able to manifest our energetic goals. So I see a lot of the energy right now doing that work, working through that, either internally or externally. And what is the gift of being in healthy relationship? The counterpart that sees us clearly, the counterpart that's able to identify, right, those changes, that work, the space of the self that helps us critique. So again, the energy in separation, healing from over criticism, changing ways they don't aspire, the energy deep within divine union, having the gift of critique, the ability to see another and to help refine and attenuate upon what one is doing in order to bring one even closer to a particular manifestation goal. That is our daily collective read for today. I mean, that is a recap of what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. But let me know, how are you feeling through these transitions right now? I gotta tell you, one of the things I would strongly advise you to do right now, because we are about to go into a profusion of Gemini energy, make sure that you have your manifestations like figured out, because all like the thing with it is in a like as soon as we've got Mercury in Gemini, we're gonna have Jupiter in Gemini, we're gonna have a new moon in Gemini. It's a lot of Gemini energy, so it's gonna potentially feel like a lot of things like coming together at once. So it's very helpful if you come into this season having those manifestation goals in check. Hi there, Apple user 558. Welcome, Taurus energy. We love it. Hi there, happy little chakra. Oh, I love your name. Thank you for the follow. And Sansuchi, thank you for joining us. Dana, thank you for joining us. Jude, thank you for joining us. How are you doing today, Flo? And Dana, thank you for those gifts. Lisi, thank you for joining us as well. Jay, thank you for those hearts. Flo, you know what? I'm aching, but for good reasons. You crushed karaoke last night. You're at a 10 somehow. I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. That sounds like good pain flow. And V, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Wooly, thank you for sharing the live, dear. Are you my dad's belt because you hit? I've never heard that before, Spencer. And I'm gonna take it as a compliment, but I'm also like that feels like it feels like you're a Sagittarius with a question, a statement like that. What a Sagittarian thing to say. V, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Nikki, thank you for the gifts. Well, Sam, right back at you, dear. Hi there, Kay. How can I have non-attachment in a fulfilling way? I think I actually would argue that non-attachment is necessary for fulfillment, because it is. I want you to think about. I think if you're having a hard time with it, I want you to think about the gift of feeling. When you recognize that feeling strong emotions is a gift, you know, even in the space that the emotions want something, the gift of feeling the gratitude for the feeling itself, regardless of what the feeling is asking for, like that is the force of being alive. So I think sometimes if you're having a hard time grounding through emotions in that way, that's a good meditation to hold on to, that to help you kind of move through it. Hi there, Nikki. I'm okay if you fall asleep, dear. It's early. I'm on early today. Partnership cycles. Yes, those are the cycles of the partnership that are coming together right now. If that helps. If I'm assuming that's what you're asking about, what I mean by the term partnership cycles, Kay. Oh, thank you, Flo, for welcoming new people in. Rocky, thank you for the follow as well. Hi there, EF. Was not in middle school in 1981, but It's a strange thing to say. I hope you have a good day. All right. Oh, yeah. I mean, but yet you're here, you know? I want you to think about how you're starting your day. Why it seems like you've got a lot of aggression and you're looking for a place to put it. And again, it's very much in alignment with what we've been seeing, what we're talking about that's happening here. We've got a simple rule. And the simple rule is if you're kind, you can stay. I know that sometimes people start off on the wrong foot. You're obviously here because there's something that's keeping you here in the state of wanting to listen to something. So I'm going to give you another opportunity to kind of restart, if you will. And if not, I wish you a better day. Honestly, if this isn't for you, that's okay too. Hi there, how you doing, Nick? Ni hao. I love ni hao, Shawty. I like that. Hi there, aspiration. Tap to claim K. Welcome. Yep. What does this say about Virgos? I got to tell you right now, Miss Hastings, I think it might be a little difficult right now for Virgos and Capricorns because, there's the thing with Virgos and Gemini energy. It's the same as as Capricorns with Gemini energy. Um, it can feel a little chaotic, right? It's how you navigate a lot of things happening at once, dynamic versus chaotic. So being able to, I keep on saying, if you're feeling a little bit like of this chaotic energy, I feel like the thing, like the mantra to like hold on to right now is I move at my pace. I set my pace. And something about being able to hold on to that is going to kind of help through some of this energy right now. I can't even begin healing yet because I haven't started what I need to do. I think I'm taking the wrong path. Listen, Kay, I'll tell you right now, you're never on the wrong path, right? I think that that's probably a good way to kind of begin. Start saying, I'm exactly where I need to be, and then determine where you need to go from there, right? I want you getting out off of this wrong path mentality. Let that orient you. Say, I'm exactly where I need to be. How do I need to move forward from here? And let this, like I said, let this be a time of setting those manifestation goals, building into that plan. Thank you, Shmush Shmush. Good to see you, dear. And Becca, thank you for the follow. Donna, here's the thing with the Geminis right now. I gotta just tell you. So when Pisces were having their season, I was worried about Pisces. Why was I worried about Pisces during Pisces season? Because there were too many signs leaving the house of Pisces during their season. So potentially a lot of abandonment wounds coming up for Pisces during their season. And then I was a little worried for Taurus during their season because there's too many planets in Aries, which for Taurus can feel like they're seeing red flags everywhere. But I gotta say, I think that this is going to be nice for Geminis because there's so many planets right now that are going to be Gemini. Like it's just going to be Gemini being like, nice, like nice. This is nice. This is nice. All right, I can work with this. Yes, wow. I feel like you're talking to me. Thank you for being here. Hard but stable right now. Exactly. And you're Scorpio cusp, so you get it. Yeah, I mean, it'll be easier if, again, Gemini with Scorpio, I'm sure the thing you understand is change for change's sake is not a manifestation, right? Working through the difference between fickle and dynamic, okay, is what we're seeing. And Huli, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Donna, thank you for the follow. Happy, I still like that name, Happy Little Chakra. One moment. Grand Rising Sunshine. Hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Adam, thank you for sharing the live. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And eight, you know what? Did you see how many eights we had last week when we entered Gemini season, Kimmy? I've never seen anything like it. There was an extra 8 in the deck. A card slipped into my deck that wasn't even supposed to be there just so we could have another 8. But I'm not surprised to see it because 8 has a strong connection to Gemini energy. Namaste. Hi there, Kat, Carly, and Donna. Thank you for those gifts. Chelsea, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Hugo. Morning, going to relax to the sound of the collective while I wake up. I love it. Good to see you today, A10. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And Janine, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, KJ. Oh, we're just about to get started on the collective. You haven't missed anything, dear. Grand Rising, Sunshine. Grand Rising, Susie. What's up, Just Deb? Thank you, Mick, for all of those. I think you're telling me you're a Capricorn there. Yep. Oh, hi there, Flo. I'm a Cat Moon, so definitely feeling that energy right now. I feel like this might be good for Cat Moons. I feel like there's a lot of healing coming in for Cat Moons right now in the space of building resolve. You're not shaped by your past. It's what you do with it that articulates who you are. Like that's what I think. I think this is actually really beautiful energy for Cat Moon, which is like what is the Cat Moon saying? I'm not like that. Like I am not like that which formed me kind of energy. And I think that is like something that often Cat Moons have to work through. Oh, blessings to you as well, Starry. Grand Rising bookcase. Good to see you today. I know I'm on a little early. Birthday was yesterday. Bon compleanno, sunshine. I love your username. Mark, thank you for the follow. With the astrology lately, I missed the first part of that, Flo. All I saw is with the astrology lately. The astrology the next 3 days is just wild. Happy to read for you on that, Yevelyn, if you'd like to get on the list. Thank you for the follow. Just a reminder, if anyone wants to get on the list for today, the list is open. First person on the list will always have an additional card in their reading. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind that there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, life path readings, angelic guidance readings, mediumship. We do love readings. You can see the full list over on the place over when you go over to the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Also, the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. We are also doing 2 different giveaways today. We'll be doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read, whoever gives the highest gift. Also, when we get to 50K, friends, we are already at 10K, so thank you so much for tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Aquarius here. Yeah, like for the Aquarius energy right now, maintaining focus on goals. Maintaining focus on goals. It helps us to ground further into ourselves for sure. I agree 100%. Thank you for confirmation, Susie. Evelyn, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Grand Rising, Miss Nikki, good to see you. Marine, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising Angel, I'm glad to see you here too. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective in the next couple of minutes. A few messages before we begin. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who came and attended our recent class on the death card. I had such a lovely time teaching you guys that in the card. The next class we are going to be teaching is we'll be focusing on the temperance card. I absolutely love this card. We are going to talk about the symbology of the card. We're going to talk about the history of the card. We're going to talk about spread applications, so how you can read that card in any direction when it comes up in your own readings. I'll also be showing you a unique spread that you can take with you from that class. You can find, if you'd like to become a part of that class program, the next class will be on June 11th. All you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket into our live classes each month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, you don't need to catch up for the classes. I do my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied thus far, but if you wanted to catch up, now's the time to join. Because if you were to sign up now, you'd have access to those 9 hours worth of classes. You could do like 2 classes a week up until our next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we are studying or have learned thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have full access to the entire Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles. I just released one about how to best utilize the energy of this Gemini new moon towards your manifestation goals. You can find all of that over on my Substack. And I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students who would prefer a more personalized educational experience. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual path and journey goals. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings. That is something you can purchase per dream or as a package. If you purchase the dream package, I would encourage that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the symbols and the landscape of your dream environment. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you'd like to be on the list for today, you'll be the first person on the list. The first person on the list will always receive an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. Also, friends, we're at 14.5K likes. Keep on tapping that screen, because when we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. We'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Nikki. So good to see you, Maureen. Grand Rising Angel. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And welcome, Maureen, as well. Is there anything that Scorpios are going through currently? That's my rising. I feel like this is going to be good energy for Scorpios. Because the thing is, like, you know, Gemini and Scorpio are like this. Because, like, Gemini, like, Scorpio loves a change of scenery, you know? And Gemini is all about navigating change in the best possible ways. I feel like a little bit of this energy, if you are a Scorpio that is working through like issues around control, it can feel a little bit more difficult. So, you know, I keep on seeing, like, for a lot of the Scorpio placements, having the day that you're having instead of the day that you expected will probably help in some ways. And at the same time, I'm going to say the same thing. Make sure you focus on not just having manifestations, but prioritizing your manifestations right now. Hi there, Jacqueline. In the Bible, sorcery is constantly portrayed as an abomination. That's not true. I mean, the main character in your book is constantly doing magic, and they're constantly talking to God. I just want to point that out. Like, what's the difference between a miracle and magic? Walk me through it. I mean, you've got letters in there where there's opinions stated, but the book itself, which I'm a big fan of, is basically a book that talks about a bunch of magic being happening constantly. It's mostly magic. I mean, it's often associated with practices like divination, but Yahshua Christ also divined. I want you to go look at what he did to save Mary Magdalene. Before he saved Mary Magdalene, he sat down on the ground. What did he start doing? He started drawing in the sand. That's an act of divination. There's several there, like, look at Solomon. I mean, I mean, that's the thing about it. You got a couple people that say something about it, but you have to look at what the source books are, you know? But I thank you. Hi there, Purse. Thank you for the compliment on my hair. Consulting mediums or using spells is seen as divination from the true worship of God. But please explain to me, what was Yahshua Christ doing when he was writing in the ground? What was he doing? What was he doing when he went to go consult in a cave for a while period of time? I'll wait. Excited for the collective. Thank you, Susie, as am I. Super excited for the collective. I'm glad you made it in time as well, Persephone. I love your spelling on that. Collective, let's go. I will point out, when you go to church, do you leave donations there? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I asked for an energetic exchange. I also am about to offer something free to the community. And again, you're welcome here if you'd like to stay. And thank you as well. Hi there, A10. Question: is there any truth in the statement that you shouldn't buy your own first deck of tarot cards? No. 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 I like to point out the idea. I mean, like, look, I like to think, I just want to point out, I think it's probably really convenient that a bunch of fortune tellers at some point were like, it's bad luck to buy your own deck. You know what I mean? Like, I would not. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I would not want to. I don't want to deck someone. I mean, I wouldn't want to use someone else's deck. I think it's perfectly fine. I honestly, I think it's a superstition that is created to avoid people from buying from buying decks for themselves. Yes, that makes sense. Energy feels abrasive in a way that it refines our energy. Blanca, thank you for that swan. It's so beautiful. It refines our energy. It is, and I gotta tell you, like Susie, we talked a lot about that, right? It's like working through the grit to like polish. It's grit and polish kind of energy, you know? Yep. Yeshua was a Christ. You're completely right. Why are the day of the prophets over? Thank you. All right. Posting. Yep. Thank you, V. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collect read in the next few minutes. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you'll be the first person read for. We're also doing a giveaway. Whoever gives the highest gift will also be getting a free reading today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for on this app: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways. We're doing literally did not say, okay, we are doing 2 giveaways right now. The first giveaway is we'll be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K. The second giveaway we'll be doing is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. That said, if you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the first person read for. Heads up, Dream Travel, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. I think, actually, I need to point out, I literally, Jacqueline, I think you misread the book. He literally said he's coming back. He literally said, keep an eye out. He didn't end it. He said to look around. I'm just pointing out, you might want to reread the book. That's not the ending of the book. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Anyway, we're going to get started on this daily collective. And Bruce, thank you so much for the follow. Tori and Flo, thank you guys so much for sharing the live. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Grand Rising, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Sunday, May 25th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are our 7 of Cups in its upright in combination with our Death card in its upright. This is what we're talking about right now. If I could summarize Gemini energy, like these two cards would be a very good summarization of the energy. Because what we talk about, and I need to tell you, so this, we're going through a lot of that work that we're identifying and recognizing between the difference between Taurus to Gemini. And what's beautiful is when we're going through a lot of the Taurus lessons, we talk a lot about that path work of determination, that ability of doing something over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Taurus cycles are all about learning how to carve a groove. It's also helping us identify the difference between a groove and a rut, because those modalities or those spaces, right? That ability of doing something and refining it to the point that it becomes energetically perfected, it allows adaptation. It allows that variation. It allows you to start to kind of freestyle to a certain extent. And that's what I like about Gemini energy so much. You know, I kind of describe it as like pinball energy. I describe it as like freestyle energy. It's the ability of like tweaking. It's the ability of working on theme. It's the ability of doing something in little ways that allows one to get into a deeper sense of refinement. And it's interesting too, because we talk a lot about the fact that this is sometimes why we have a hard time with the sign work that's in closest approximation to us, because that nuance, that understanding that there's always something to learn, there's always something on the next horizon, a lot of that work, this is why we see that those with a lot of Gemini placements like don't like sticking to, like, it's not they don't like sticking to one thing, but they like discovering. It's the energy of discovery. It's allowing for the adjustment and the adaptability to see what one finds there. It's all about that experimentation and that consideration. Now, the other thing that we're seeing that's really important today is the fact that Saturn has moved out of Pisces into Aries. And a lot of that work that we're recognizing with Pisces moving out of like with Saturn moving out of Pisces into Aries. If you're feeling like if you're feeling a little bit more frustrated right now, we've like there's a little, we've still got a bunch of signs now in Aries, and we just had a new one bump into it. It has to do in the realm of working through patience. Now, you'll recall we talked about this with Aries placements. It's not that Aries are not patient. Aries are some of the most patient energy on the planet, but they just don't have a lot of patience. Okay, so a little bit of patience can go a long way as long as you're using it with energetic discernment. And what do often those with Aries placements do? They recognize and identify what that path of change is, that ability to recognize what the path of progress is. This is often why those with Aries placements will frequently go into like coaching, because that ability of seeing the patience that increases in the space of being able to do something and to recognize the force of change within it. This is the chemistry that helps us understand the difference between a groove and a rut, something that's getting us somewhere, or something that we're perpetually in that like the feeling of over and over and over again. So we see that there's a lot of that consideration in relationality to refinement. This is a really good time to be refining those manifestation goals, right? Now, it is having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Can I please have the center card in today's spread? Center card for today is our Ace of Swords in its reversal. There's something really important that we're seeing that's happening right now. And I think what's important about it is understanding the significance of energetic resistance, right? Because, and I keep on seeing that some of these new partnerships, even here, I told you that some of this energy is feeling frustrated, these new partnerships that are forming, because these are the magician partnerships that wish they could move towards each other with more speed, but they're healing from situations or circumstances wherein I keep on hearing a manifestation was stated, but the ability to move through it was not present. We often work in that space of being hurt because it's not just enough to say that one desires something, right? It's easy to wish for things. The difference between a manifestation and a wish is being able to do the work to get there, right? And often we can get very frustrated at past relationships when someone's always in a space. Like I keep on hearing the wish that sounds like a complaint, like the wish that sounds like it was a lodging of the complaint, right? When we throw each other's wishes at each other, which is like, I wish you would do this. I wish you would do that, right? I wish you would do this, instead of saying, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm trying to do to try to like fix something. So I feel like there's a lot of this energy that is healing from the energy that was constantly wishing for change, but in the space of wishing for it, they were like asking another to make the change, right? But not making the space of doing the same work within the self. Because when we're in energetic alignment, we don't ask for others to change around us in ways that we ourselves aren't capable of changing, right? And this is why we see that for some of the energy, that ability of being in their authenticity, right? What are the energies talking about? They're talking about what they're trying to work on. They're talking about their energetic assignment. But what's beautiful is I can see that the reason that these partnerships are coming together is this isn't the energy that looks towards counterpart and says, why aren't you changing enough for me? Right? It's understanding that the healthy relationship isn't about creating change in the self that's not of the self. It's working on the self that brings one into alignment. And so that's why I see that there's like a little bit of this space of embodying like the sense of liberty, but they're saying to me that that liberty is the liberation of being the self, being the authentic self, and not feeling like someone is holding aversion to that. Because I told you even now, some of this energy in separation right now are healing from situations or circumstances where it felt like someone was saying that they love them, but it never really seemed obvious if they actually liked them, right? Because often when we experience that, when someone's like, I love you, but I don't seem like I like you, it feels more like the energy that says, why won't you change in the ways I like you to change, instead of feeling the delight of being who you energetically are. And this is why I hear, what is the energy saying in separation as they're coming together? I like everything that I see. I like you just the way you are. And when we're in our authenticity, when we're working on our authenticity and someone says that to us, it's music to our ears. Continuing to get clarification, fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread, we have here our 6 of wands in its reversal in combination with our Knight of Cups, and it's upright. So for a lot of the energy right now that is coming into union, I told you this is the energy that's recovering from a lot of that heart opening. It wasn't easy. There was a lot of this work as it relates to being able to express or expound upon something, the ability to talk about how one feels. And this is why I keep on hearing, like, this is that Pluto in retrograde taking effect. And I love the Pluto in retrograde energy, because the Pluto in retrograde energy, to a certain extent, it says to us or communicates to us that when we're in healthy partnership, there's nothing that's not on the table. It's not about the ability to have a conversation. It's just about recognizing the vulnerability that's required to be healed in order to get there. And that's why I keep on hearing tender conversations, right? Working through tender subjects, because this is the energy that says, I've never been able to talk to someone about this before. Understanding the paradoxical beauty of alignment, that means had the energy itself has never been ready to confront that part of the self, while also being in the safe harbor of the healthy energetic relationship that creates a stability in order to communicate something that one hasn't communicated before. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union, clarification between our Seven of Cups in its upright in combination with our Death card. There it is. One card, please. We've got our Sun card in its reversal. So there's something really lovely about the Sun card in its reversal. And I got to stress this right now. Saturn transiting can be emotional, right? Saturn transiting out of Pisces into Aries can be looking, observing feelings of the past, but also being able to put them to bed to a certain extent, right? It's the ability of something coming back up, but then not like, it's like, I keep on seeing like the gift, I keep on hearing the gift of non-attachment and being able to look at something that used to, again, something that used to devastate you, but now just disappoints you. It's like ennui energy. It's it's working through, it's like the sigh, right? It's a lot of that alas. It's like what is Saturn saying as a transit? Alas. But why does it say alas? Because like alas is also connected to like lassoing rigor. It's like it's working in the space of saying like, you know, when you need to do something, you don't dwell on the emotionality of what one wishes, but the reality of what you effectively see. And so, you know, I keep on hearing like there's something really profound that is happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, which is recognizing attunement between the difference between a manifestation and a wish. And what is the difference between a manifestation and a wish? Manifestation being the force that is necessary to move one in that directionality, right? Doing the working in the space of what it takes to arrive to a certain space while not being too hard on the self in the process, right? While also letting go of any feelings of frustration, letting go of anything that feels like it's the energetic burden that weighs us down. Because that's the thing. Sometimes when we have too much feeling, it stops us from doing anything, right? Like that is the thing about, this is why we talk about why unattachment is necessary, because unattachment does not mean that you don't have feelings. You just choose not to dwell on them, because dwelling on feelings doesn't get things done. Getting things done gets things done. That's how you get a manifestation. That's how a manifestation is done. Continuing, and I keep on seeing, this is why the conversation for the energy to deep within divine union is saying to one another, don't be so hard on yourself on that journey, right? Don't be so hard on yourself. Continuing to get clarification between our Death card in combination with the Ace of Swords in its reversal. Yep, there we go. I love it. I love it. When things wear on us, we weave, is what I keep on hearing. When things wear on us, we weave, which is again, when things grate upon the fabric of something that is integrally important to us, we work on mending, we work on fixing. We identify and recognize what feels like it is valuable and energetically important, because I keep on hearing that ability of doing so, right? It's not that it's easy. It's that I keep on hearing, it's not that it's easy, it's that it's important. Because when something is energetically important, you don't weigh whether you do it as to as to the easeability of it. You do it because it needs to get done. Is what I keep on is what I keep on hearing. But there's a lot of that. That's Saturn. That's Saturn walking into Aries, which is like, what are we doing? Right? Like it's not like Saturn in Pisces is about the search for feelings. Saturn in Aries is about the journey into action. It's the journey into activation. It's working into the space of the stabilization of the self, that recognize, keep on hearing, dwelling doesn't get anything done. Getting things done gets things done. So I just keep on seeing that like and that's interesting, because I just keep on hearing done, like for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, because but done, and I need to point this out. You understand how they're saying done isn't done, like finished. Done means done means like doing things. It means doing things. It's keeping your hands full. And like let me tell you right now, that's Gemini energy, because Gemini energy, like I often sometimes associate the world card to Gemini too, because it's not about like doing one thing. It's like I love the world card because like, you know, she's like twirling batons on one leg. It's like spinning plates. It's the spinning plates of spinning plates. When you're working through a lot of things, when you have a lot to do, you either consider it a burden or a blessing. And our ability to feel energetically blessed as we do things, like this is how we heal. Because when we're doing things that feel like they give us meaning, they feel like energetic blessings. Now, for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, this is why they're willing to take on that hard work. Clarification between the Ace of Swords and the Seven of Wands in its reversal. I told you, these are those chariot partnerships. It's the burden that's a blessing. It's not hard work for you. It's hard work, not for you. It's hard work, not for you. Why? Because when we're in healthy partnership, it shows us the things that we have to work on that we could not see before, right? When we say we go into healthy relationship to heal, we don't go into healthy relationship and say, I'm done now. Healthy relationship is just the beginning. Often we don't know what we need to heal until we're in healthy partnership, because suddenly we see things that we couldn't see before. And that's why I kept on telling you, with that Ace of Swords and that Seven of Wands in its reversal, this is the energy that says to one another, how's the relationship? Amazing. How are you feeling? Never worse. But they're saying it with a smile on their face, because that ability of understanding, that they can see the next assignment, that they can understand what it is that they're working through, right? The ability to do something in a way that you haven't before. They're carving new grooves into themselves. But that's the beauty of the healthy partnership, is it allows you to start working on things that aren't easy, but that you want to do, right? It's like the energy that this is the song of the energy, carving new grooves. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Wands and its reversal and our Knight of Cups and its upright. Energy and separation right now. This is rough, man. We got to talk about what's going on with the energy and separation right now. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear, 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 dear. I see what's happening. Okay, so I see that there's a lot of this energy in separation. And what did the energy say right before they started looking for connection? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm going to stop pretending. I'm going to stop doing this. Remembering a healthy manifestation is often not what you choose to start doing. Often a healthy manifestation changes you before you receive it. And so why is the energy like saying I'm sick of it? Because in the space that they said, I'm sick of trying to be performative to find partnership. The higher self says finally, because they stop performing and they start being. And in the moment that they start being, you become a beacon, right? When you start being, you become a beacon for the counterpart. They can finally see you, right? And when the counterpart sees you, what is the song you're singing? I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it. And what does the ideal counterpart say? I like what I see. I wouldn't change a thing. And suddenly, a lot of this energy is feeling very, 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 very temperamental about the past relationships, because it's helping the difference between seeing the space of the change that we find, right? The healthy relationship that changes us into our sublime self, brings us into authenticity as we search for it, but at the same time opens our eyes to what wasn't potentially working in the past relationship. And so I keep on hearing there's a lot of energy right now building into new connections, and it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet because, but I need to say this, right? And I think that this is the important thing that I'm seeing here. This isn't the energy that's putting all of the accountability for that reason on the past counterpart. This is the energy that's also working through the space that when we aren't authentic and we build into connection, we set the wrong parameters. When we aren't authentic and we build into the wrong partnership, we set the wrong parameters from the onset. This is why if you're in a space of inconsistency and you try to bring consistency to it, it never energetically works. You can't feed consistency to inconsistency in order to fix it. All you do if you feed consistency to inconsistency is you perpetuate it. You solidify it. And so this is why a lot of the energy is not working into the space of looking at something and waiting it for it to change. They're operating, I told you, this is why they're magician energy. They're operating in the conditions of what they see is what they're going to get, right? They're letting go of that process of potentially solidifying something that they wanted to see change in by just moving away from something instead of saying, I can fix it. We start to heal. The moment we start to heal, we stop saying, I can fix it. We start observing whether another desires to fix it with us, because those are different things. Clarification between, and that's why, because this is the energy, and this is Gemini energy. Why? Because this is the energy that's building into new connection that says, right, as long as we see the things that are in the self that we're both working on, there's nothing we can't fix. As long as we both agree, there's nothing we can't fix. Continuing to get clarification between our Sun card in combination with our World card. There's that 9 of Cups. That's exactly what we're talking about, right? This is also what the energy is saying. This is what all of the energy is saying. This is the energy in separation. This is the energy right now. Is today a portal? I feel like today's a portal. I feel like today is, and then we've got the energy coming into divine union and the energy deep within divine union. Let me just see something. Yeah, there's a bit of alignment that's happening today. I can already see it. And there's something about that alignment that says, as long as we agree on what it is that needs to be fixed, there's nothing we can't fix. But if we don't agree on what we're fixing, nothing ever gets fixed. Right? That's what that is the understanding. That is the clarification that is happening right now in relationality to the observation. If we understand, if we're working on the same things, this is happening, then there's nothing that we can't do. But if we're trying to do different things and we're trying to fix things in different ways, everything starts falling apart, right? It's like this, you want to hear, we're walking into this Gemini season with the spirit of generosity. So the spirit of generosity is moving us into this Gemini season. But I also think that that's a little bit of that message that's coming through with Saturn in Pisces into Saturn in Aries, because Saturn in Pisces is the energy that says you just have to do everything perfectly and things will start getting easier, right? Like Gemini, like Saturn in Pisces is like trying to do a million different things in a million different ways. But Saturn in Aries is really about saying, like, let's work on things in the order, like, let's prioritize, like, let's get our priorities straight. Like, really, that's the thing about it. Like, Saturn in Aries is all about getting the priorities straight. So I think that's why when we are getting our priorities straight, we recognize whether we're trying to work on the same things. Like, what's your assignment? Continuing to get clarification between our World card in its upright in combination with our 3 of Cups in its reversal. There's that 6 of Swords in its upright. Yeah, and I'm just identifying here, you know, one of the things that we're seeing is, and this is why I keep on saying, like, I got to point this out to you, you know, a 9 of Cups and a 6 of Swords together, it's bittersweet. Like, this is bittersweet. This is like literally the definition of bittersweet. But that's what healthy spirituality is. It's bittersweet, right? Because it's not about avoiding things. Again, and we talk a lot about this here. Like a healthy spirituality isn't the energy that goes, I'm perfect. You guys all stink. It's not the energy that says, I would like the spirituality that tells me that I am special. It's working into the space of understanding that something healthy for us is always showing us the way towards working towards a better version of self. It's not about arriving, it's about the journey towards it. And the beauty of the energetic journey is not one that says, I'm done. It's the energy that says, even in being done, I continue forward. There's always something that can be worked upon. There's always something that can be that can be refined. There's always, and that's something in our relationships, that's something in ourself. And never are we in more danger than when we feel like we've hit this moment and we say, I'm perfect. Right? It's like that's not good, because perfect is not found. Perfect is a cardinal direction. It's not a destination. You can't find it on a map. You find it within the self, and you let it set the energetic coordinates. And that's why I see even now for a lot of the energy, you know, like I keep on hearing there's some hard conversations that are happening in some of these separations as it relates to these new relationships, because this is the energy that finally had to say, I had to make the choice between. This is the energy healing from a relationship where it didn't feel like the question was whether like whether to stay or go. The question felt like a question of self-respect of the self, right? Like this is some energy saying, like, I stayed until I would have had to let lose myself completely for the sake of the partnership, right? Because a lot of those spaces, remember, like that taking and taking and taking and taking and taking. I keep on hearing there's something about the energy and separation saying a healthy partnership would never ask me to lose respect for myself in the process, right? It's a lot of that energy that works in the space of understanding that space of respect, that space of finding that ability of doing so, is one that feels like it's energetically expansive, right? It's holding the part. I keep on hearing the journey of holding a counterpart in honor, right? Is the journey of being able to energetically ascertain and work into the context of not necessarily having everything exactly the way that you want it to be, but being energetically adaptable, right? This is why we talk about the fact that the healthy relationships are the ones that embody the spirit of the happy medium, because the embodied spirit of the happy medium is one that we don't look towards each other as a means to an end, but we find the path that feels best for one another. So, why is this energy moving slower than they typically would as they enter partnership? They're looking for the ability of the counterpart to find the happy medium, right? That space of not feeling like one rushes, but that adaptability that understands that when we're patient with each other, we can have everything, because we're not saying, give it to me. We're saying, let's go there together. So we see even now, like that's happening for both energy, that's all happening across all of the frequencies. And I can see that for some of the energy right now coming into divine union, that ability of looking at the past, right? That's the thing right now. And I told you, we're coming out of it because Mercury in Taurus with Saturn transiting into Aries, it felt a little retrograde. It felt emotional. A lot of things from the past resurfacing. I was telling you guys the last few days, it's going to get a little retrograde in here, because like even though it wasn't technically retrograde, Mercury and Taurus can feel very retrograde. Saturn transiting out of Pisces into Aries can feel very retrograde. But the ability, and this is the gift, being able to look at something, and even in the space of potentially looking at something that in the past would have wounded you, but now doesn't bother you, right? Like what is some of the gift that we sometimes recognize, and this is why Saturn says to us, like Saturn like cares about us, like Saturn says, I am not your enemy. I know you guys think I am. I know you guys think I am. But what is the gift that Saturn gives us around difficult situations? I can't promise you it won't hurt anymore, but I can guarantee you that I'm going to give you more things, and it's not going to be the only thing you feel, right? And that's what we talk about which is the gift of bittersweetness. Because the gift of bittersweetness is the gift that Saturn brings. Because whenever we look to Saturn and we say, Saturn, I am in pain, Saturn says, I can't take that pain from you. But I guarantee if you stick around, I've got some other stuff I can give you to carry with it. I can help you dilute that. I can help you find new things to help you navigate that, right? And this is why I think there's something beautiful in this transit of Saturn, because in that way, Saturn says, like, I'm not your enemy, I'm your friend, because I'm going to give you something as we travel and you carry that pain. I'm going to give you perspective. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Six of Cups in its reversal. One card to clarify. There it is. There it is. King of Cups in its reversal, because I feel like this is that Saturn energy, right? And like, what does Saturn say when we look at something and we still hurt, right? Like, we often look towards Saturn, like in the moment that something's happening, and we say, why does this hurt so much? Why does it have to be like this? And sometimes Saturn says, I can't tell you that. I don't have that. But I will tell you something. I can't make any promises on what you'll see, but I guarantee you that if you continue forward with me, the one thing I can promise you is perspective, right? That ability to, again, working through non-attachment, right? The ability of understanding that one sees things in time. These are the gifts that Saturn brings. It's called wisdom. And the thing with wisdom is we wince as we receive it, right? Because it's not that the pain ever goes anywhere. It's not that we ever stop hurting. A healing journey is not about stopping pain. It's about understanding why something hurts so much in the first place. Because trauma is formed in spaces of confusion. And when we're able to understand our pain, even if it didn't make sense, even if the confusion itself is the wound, that ability to be able to identify the reason is the piece that we find that brings us wisdom. So we see even now, this is something that's happening in a big way across all of the frequencies. And when you operate in that space, it's not about matching energy. It's not about saying, oh, you did that, I'm going to do this. What? No, it's about healing. It's about seeing something and saying, didn't have to be that way, right? And I can keep on hearing, this is why I keep on hearing, this is what's happening right now with a lot of the energy that's making peace in partnership, this chariot relationship that they found a relationship that's brought them to higher ground. And is that peace there? No, they make it every day. And every day the trauma of the past comes in and says, this isn't who you are. This isn't real. This is you faking your healing. This isn't really you. And every day that they build into the context of the peace that they create, they understand and they look back at the past and say, it didn't have to be that way. Right? It didn't have to be that way. It's the difference. When we're in the space of trauma, the trauma says to us, I will always be this way. Nothing will ever change. And when we're moving against the current of the trauma, when we live our lives in accordance to that, when we create peace with one another, we say it doesn't have to be that way. And I make every day my commitment to show you how good it can be, because that good is not something found. It's something that we make together. So this is the energy saying, let me show you how good it can be. That is their pledge of commitment to each other. And that is the pledge that they don't say. They're not giving things to each other. They're saying that to themselves each and every day as they build that together. While we have a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union, clarification between our Nine of Cups in its upright and our Six of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification. There's that Magician in its reversal. It's not easy. It's not easy. You have a right to. Who cares what you got a right to do? It's not about what you have a right to do. It's about what feels energetically right. And this is why I told you that the energy right now is in the deep within divine union is deep in injustice energy. It's not about what you have a right to. It's about what's right, right? And because when we say I have a right to, that is energy, that's matching energy, right? Because that means, right, if you say I have a right to, that means if anyone, like, it's really easy. Like, this really easy. If I want to get you in your worst space possible, I'll just treat you terribly because I know I'll bring the worst out of you, right? It's easy peasy. There you go. That's all I need to do, right? That ability of being able to recognize and identify, it's not about matching energy. It's about being the energetic lesson. This is what honor is. And that ability of navigating through a space of honor, being able to be adaptable, being able to find that force that allows one to move forward in that fashion. This is the energy I keep on seeing. And this could be a lot of the energy deep within divine union. Like, it's not, and this is why, again, we don't look to the past as an armory, right? We don't look at something and saying, well, you did this, so I did that. That's how you fall down the stairs. The ability of saying, like, how can I make this better? What can we do to right this, right? Working into refinement. The past becomes a library, not an armory, wherein all things are energetically possible. Continuing to get clarification between our six, and this is also what's happening right now for the energy coming into divine union with the magician, because this is the energy that says we are, and this is the beauty of Taurus coming into Gemini, right? Because what does the trauma say? You'll always be this way. You'll never change, right? And often that journey is one that every day we do it, it feels like it's impossible until the day comes where the amount of times we've done what feels like peace outweighs the trauma that we carried before ourselves. Saturn helps us in this way too, because Saturn's got our back. Saturn has our back in that way, because Saturn is the space of understanding that practice makes perfect. And that doesn't mean that practicing something makes you perfect. It means that we make perfect for ourselves via the practice each day that we create for ourselves, the practices that we hold revenant, like the practices that become relevant to us, wherein we make our peace each day, that allows us to be able to define and describe and find our perfect. So this is why I keep on hearing that this is the energy that is understanding and working through the space that practice makes perfect, right? And the practice is working in the space of being able to do something in a way that you haven't before. And that's the energetic relationship that they're creating with one another in the process. For a lot of the energy right now in separation, I told you, heavy right now in magician energy, working in that space. And the thing about it, man, I gotta see it. I see this. There's some frustration here. There's some frustration being released. Clarification between our Six of Swords in combination with our King of Cups in its reversal. Oh, there it is. Eight of Wands in its reversal. So a lot of this energy that I'm seeing in relationality to recognizing and identifying, I keep on seeing this feels like this is and here's the thing about it. I keep on hearing there's a lot of work that's happening for energy in separation right now between the difference between authenticity and aversion, right? As it relates to manifestation goals. Because when we're working towards healthy partnership, the thing we have to remember is, and this is why we don't connect our manifestations to people, right? I'm not the first person to tell you this. When we connect our manifestations to people, we have those moments where we hold on to someone and we go, why isn't my manifestation acting right? I can change them. Oh, I'm here to change them. This is the journey. No, it's not. Okay, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It really is not. Like the journey of saying, "You're my manifestation," and you're clearly not giving any indication that you want to do anything that my manifestation would do, but I can change you. That is not the manifestation. That might look a lot like the manifestation, but if it doesn't feel like the manifestation, like we've talked a lot about this, a healthy manifestation is not what things look like on the outside, they're what they feel like. They're the ability to understand and recognize that when we're in a healthy manifestation, like it's not saying gimme, right? It's saying help me see. Help me find what is for me. Help me find what's in alignment. Help me recognize and identify it. So, a lot of that work in working through the context of help me see, this is the energy that is identifying and recognizing via V, finding their authenticity, right? Working towards partnership. And what did they say? I'm sick of it. I'm just going to be myself. And what does the higher self say? Finally, finally, right? Because when we are able to be in our authenticity, when we stop acting and start being, we become a beacon for the energy that's in alignment to us. And we recognize that rejection is an illusion. That if we're in our authenticity and someone doesn't like that, we don't say, no, 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 come back. We say, have a nice day. Because that space, working through that, not feeling like one needs to change in ways that one doesn't desire and aspire to, allows you the non attachment of understanding that not everybody's going to be for you. That's okay. We don't have to be each other's taste, but we respect each other in that space, right? When we navigate the space of saying we're not working towards perfect, we're working towards exquisite. And exquisite isn't for everyone. Exquisite is understanding what is for ourselves and the gift we give another that we are exquisite for. Like not everyone gets your exquisite. And I can hear and I feel like and I see that there's a lot of this energy potentially building into a relationship now where they're being more authentic than they ever have before, but they're also being held in ways they never had before because they're allowing someone to see them like they've never been seen before. And in that moment, I keep on seeing they're letting go of the bitterness of the past, recognizing and identifying that, yes, like there may have been some moments where someone, like either, I keep on seeing it's like there's a little bit of this judgment energy here too, because this is the energy that's looking at something and they're not putting all of the weight on the past counterpart. They're identifying any of the blockages they had in relationality to not bringing forth the authenticity that would have allowed for that clarity sooner rather than later, right? It's taking our own ability of understanding that the gift that we give in finding ourselves is it keeps us from falling towards partners where we feel like we need to change in order to be held instead of questioning why we're choosing someone that we feel we must change for in order to be held. Final card for today's spread between our Magician card and our Eight of Wands in its reversal. Yep, makes sense. Five of Wands in its upright. And this is the thing about, and like, I have to point out, Gemini energy gets this. Gemini energies gets this like almost from the beginning. It's not a manifestation, a healthy manifestation is working into the context of what one needs to start doing to move towards it and what one needs to stop doing, right? It's never one or the other. And that's where like, it's understanding. I keep on hearing this is how we walk. Is what I keep on hearing. Like if you want to take a step forward, you have to lift a foot. If you like there's always a moment of energetic like free fall when we're walking, but it's the understanding that in every moment that we're walking, we're letting go of something and we're moving towards something else, right? And so it's a lot of that work that I keep on seeing, and I can see it even now. There's some energy in separation that is recognizing the impossibility of some of the partnership dynamics that they may have created before this time. Because especially like often this happens if we find ourselves in relationships where one person refuses to change and the other person is just changing all the time. Does the relationship work? Yes. But if anybody but it doesn't allow the context of balance to be created. It's just an unbalanced relationship that is often going to break because one person is taking on more and more work and the other person is doing less and less, sometimes creates the energetic fracture point, right? The healthy breath of relationship is the balance that we create. And it doesn't have to be in exactly in all things, but it is understanding that we navigate the sacred breath of partnership and relationality to what we do, right? The progress, the progress that is articulated, that is the need of the counterpart versus the aspirating, the patience that we give each other that is met with the progress, right? So when we're in healthy relationship, we're constantly adapting to each other's needs, right? If you're in that space, right, this is what we talk about. Relationship is about adaptation. We don't go to relationship to stay the same. If you want to stay the same, relationship is not for you because relationship is the space where we adapt. And when we're in healthy relationship, we adapt in profound ways, right? And when we're in an unhealthy partnership, we adapt in detrimental ways. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, articulating about the past relationship, specifically talking about, and I think that this is what I think is beautiful. I see the energy in separation, either talking about the space of not being asked to change, but almost like intuitively trying to contort the self to bring about a change, or that was not coming, or and that recognition of understanding that the desire to change the condition of something was the breaking point because it was someone accepting the reality of a situation, right? Or situations where someone was in a relationship and they felt like they were being pulled apart. That and often when we're in an unhealthy relationship, it's not the fact that the counterpart is trying to change us, but it feels like they're trying to take away the best parts of us, the parts of us that we cherish, the parts of us that are most important to us. And that's why I keep on seeing that there was some energy that felt like they had that stop moment because that was the energy that says, that's not something I'm inclined to do. That is something that is essential to the self, right? And that's where I see that there's a lot of that trauma that's being released, even in the new partnership, by being able to articulate the volatility that may have sprung forth in either another person's refusal to change in ways the other demanded, or the observation of not being able to take any more weight in order to try to keep something balanced. While for energy coming into divine union, and this is why the energy is almost apologizing for taking time, because I keep on hearing these new partnerships are letting Saturn do the work, slow and steady, not rushing through things, not seeing each other as a means to an end, but each day building into the trust that they felt was like that they lost as it relates to the past connection. This brings us to a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now. And everything I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is every day. Like, and here's the thing, like, like a lot of the work of healing is working to repress the traumatic urges, is what I keep on hearing, right? It's working to repress the volatility. It's working to feel like, again, we talk about the fact that the difficulty in navigating trauma is it forces us to pick up weapons to survive. And often the journey of healing is learning how to let those weapons down, right? Being respective in relationality to what is no longer serving us. So I just keep on seeing that that's the work, and it feels like it's heavy in Chiron right now because this is the energy that says that part of the self that was triggered, it never goes away. The strength that we find is again the talking through the non-attachment of feeling the inclination to get defensive that the trauma creates, and then reminding the self that it's safe and it's not necessary, right? That is the space that we find in finding the peace of the self. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, deep within divine union right now. This is like, I gotta tell you, like the thing, I gotta just give you a heads up. We already have a bunch of planets in Aries. And so now we've got another planet in Aries. So if you're feeling particularly temperamental, if you're feeling a bit energetically irritable, it's going to be a little bit easier when Venus moves out of Aries because um, I feel like the thing I want to say is like, especially with Saturn and Venus in Aries right now, um, I keep on hearing that there's something about being energetically respectful of time is what I keep on getting. Is what I can see. I can already see where some of this might occur because when we are respectful of each other's time, we're energetically grateful for it. We don't demand it, is what I keep on hearing, right? Because it says it speaks a lot towards insistence. So I see even now there could be work in the space of being energetically appreciative of the time that we have with one another. And that's often why sometimes, like, again, um, like I keep on hearing, like, that's why we don't take each other's time for granted. Because when we take each other's time for granted, we feel that it is owed to us, is what I keep on seeing. But when we work more in the space of navigating the space that it's energetically precious, like I keep on hearing, there could be a lot of relationships that feel like they are being tested or changed, maybe even outside of partnership, due to the respectiveness of time, which is again, it's the force of consideration and the appreciation that we hold towards it. So I just keep on seeing that there's a little bit of that energy there because it is like it's working in that space of the honor of the weight that time brings is what I keep on hearing, allows for the context by which everything is possible, right? So I feel like it's really interesting in that way because it does give a little bit of this energy of and I gotta say, especially with this like 5 of Wands, like almost a little bit of hyper protectiveness in relationality to the time of the self, but also the time of the counterpart is what I keep on seeing. So just make sure again, don't let yourself don't let yourself be triggered right now. Like I know I say this a lot, but I mean especially right now because it just has a little bit to do with the fact that this transit is still happening. It can bring up some sore feelings about the past in the process. I'm going to say it again. The past is a library. It's not an armory. We articulate we look to the past as giving us notes to move forward. We don't go searching around for something to utilize as an energetic weapon is what I keep on hearing. Because that space or doing so in such a fashion, it talks about the fact, like I told you, it's like a lot of the work we're doing, especially right now with Pisces moving into Aries, is like letting go of bitterness, but letting go of bitterness in think about letting go of bitterness in positive, healthy, restorative, productive ways. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Queen of Wands in its upright bottom of the deck, you know, this is having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Everything I keep on seeing for and a feminine energy. So I want to say masculine energy right now. I was telling you this before. It feels like a lot more. It feels a lot more like past reclamation. It's being able to feel something from the past in a way and find joy again. For feminine, I keep on seeing that there's something about this right now that feels more How do I describe this? It feels more triggering. So masculine's feeling more vulnerable right now. Feminine is feeling more triggered. And that's why I'd say if you're feeling this right now, make sure that you're communicating upon it, not projecting it, because there is a little bit of this, there is a little bit of this like I wanna say, like, FOFA kind of energy, like FAFO. I'm never good with these, like, anachronisms or whatever they're called. Like, it's a little bit of that, like, it's because, like, Saturn is going across the meridian, which is a lot of that, like, you can't talk to them that way, or feeling like or it's, like, a little bit of this, like this energetic protectiveness, but make sure that you're doing it in a way that feels like it is, uh positive. Again, not working on like be the energetic force of change. Don't teach lessons. Be like, recognize what feels like it is helpful versus what feels like it's just emotionally indulgent for the moment. It's giving me a lot of this, like what I could have said, but I didn't. What I could have done, but I didn't. You know what I mean? Like it's a little bit of that, like kind of energy. There's a little bit of try me energy in the air today. So let's like work on that. I'm just saying that to be, like just be careful. Like no barbed. I keep on hearing like no I keep on hearing like warrior energy, no barb throwing is what I keep on getting. Warriors don't throw barbs, is what I'm hearing. Warriors don't throw barbs, is what I'm hearing, to be perfectly clear. All right. I've got some people commenting in the comments that they needed to hear that. So I'll let it be. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here to see it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with an exploration of the Temperance card. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary for you to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you as much information about the previous classes as I can as we move into each new class. But if you wanted to catch up, now's the time to join, because you'd be able to take like 2 classes a week leading up until this next class and be all caught up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we are studying or have learned thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, if you so choose to have one, where I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any giveaway information or any new offerings that I'm hosting. And speaking of offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very excited to offer for those who would like more consistent weekly tarot packages, and that is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey at a discount. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings. That is you can purchase those per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages that are coming towards you in that space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings in just a few minutes. Congratulations to Heather. You got our highest gifter today. Actually, wait, I apologize. I'm sorry, it wasn't Blanca. Blanca got the highest gifter. Heather, you got second. So you will have an additional card in your subscriber reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Yevlin, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. And Sunshine, happy belated. Grand Rising, Nikki. Bree, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the 4th person read for. No, apologies, 3rd person read for. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. Hi there, Angel. I'm glad for you to be able to joining us as well. All right. We're all in a moment. Oh, I got chills. I need to find out more about drawing in the sand stuff. Absolutely, Susie. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you as well, Susie. Yes, tap to claim V. All right. Hold on a minute. That's really interesting, magnetic. I didn't know that. All right. And Dream, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you as well, Bruce, for the follow. All right. Clear, clear, clear the energy. I love that, Susie. Thank you, Ari. And thank you, Huli, for the sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yep, that's why I've been feeling like I'm burning hotter lately. Oh, I know for Susie. Listen, Susie, if you've got Aries sun placements right now, you're probably gonna be feeling a lot of this like try me energy. You're gonna be feeling a lot of this like try me energy. Thank you, 810. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Miss Nikki. Is the sun card in the reverse basically the moon? No, 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 it is not. Because I gotta tell you, the thing is, the moon card, Susie, has a lot to do with the realm of the hidden. And so the sun card in its reversal has less to do with truths and has more to do with disposition. So it could feel like it's hard, like might be harder today to feel positive about things or potentially working through some feelings of overwhelm. I keep on seeing it has a lot to do with how you navigate the words, I have a lot on my plate, right? It's like it's working in that space of like that can be a good thing, right? You can look at that and say that like with a smile on your face versus feeling like the difference between I have a lot of on my plate versus feeling like I'm underwater is recognizing, and that's why I keep on hearing one of the important mantras right now is I set my own pace, which is allowing for the space of pacing by which you can get things done. Saturn transiting can be emotional, and emotional we are. Yep, I'm not surprised to see it, Shmush. Thank you as well for confirmation, Ari. Angel, that's me. Too much feeling keeps me from moving. You're not the only one. It happens to all of us. Getting things done gets things done. Yep. Cooley, thank you for sharing the live. It's one of those like you can complain the whole time kind of thing, you know? Gemini energy seems very multitasking. Oh, it absolutely is. Absolutely. Ashley, thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation, Miss Nikki. Oh, thank you, hello. It's okay. What did you call and it didn't? And thank you, Abs, for the follow. Yep, I like that. It's important to let go of the unhelpful things before fixing. What do you to mean? Oh, snap! Today's 5:25. Yeah, there's a lot. I was just seeing like sometimes like when the planets are in alignment, the messages move back and forth through them more quickly. So when I describe something being a portal, it's not so much the fact it's going to deliver us somewhere; it's that the same message is coming through across all of the frequencies. Hopa, thank you for the follow. And open mind, thank you for the follow. Something about the 555. Well, we got a lot of five here. And that's the thing about it is like five is a challenging number, you know? It's like it's navigating volatility in productive ways, you know? Let's manifest away, tap to claim. And thank you, Garnet, for the follow. Jess, Deb, thank you for subscribing. And Reborn, thank you for the follow. Greenie, thank you for the follow. Sometimes the energy updates feel like a weather forecast. I love that. That's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for here. I'm okay with that assessment. Friday was awful, very exhausting. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that it was feeling awful because I mean, Saturn was transiting yesterday. So it can feel a lot. That's right. Thank you, Garnet. That was yesterday for me. I was so drained. I love that visual. Thank you, Albs. It's that we make peace with and honor the pain. I also love your energy. It's giving wisdom. Oh, thank you, Abs. I do my best. Mother loving. I came in at just the right moment. Trauma does keep popping up, telling me this. I mean, again, if it's telling you and you're just like shaking your head, you're like not believing that. Like, and forgiveness. Tap to claim, Sunrose. Hi there, Oracle. Good to see you today. Bridget! I don't know how we're going live. I don't know. I know I had to change the schedule a bit. I posted it on the Discord. That's the key, not matching energy. Never match energy. There's nothing sillier than matching energy. You have to go to Pilates, go. If I'm here, if not, I mean, again, if not, you have a beautiful day. And if you missed any of it, it's going to be all up. It's all up already on the place where we keep the videos. Yes, exactly. The past is an energetic point of reference for the present. Tap to claim, Susie. Grand Rising, Dwayne. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'll let them know. And thank you, Bridget, for sharing the live. It's your 180th class. That's amazing. What a beautiful milestone. Congratulations. Yep. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Tiffany, thank you so much for the follow. Rainbow, thank you so much for those gifts. It looks like a rough spread this morning from what I can see. I was not expecting it not to be rough, but it feels like it's rough in the right ways, if that makes sense. Respect the time, exactly. Have said this before, we do not choose to be triggered or not. We can influence how we handle triggers. Tap to claim. I'm going to pin that. That's a beautiful way of putting it. Exactly. Hold on a minute. Just lost my spot. All right. And Brianna, thank you for the follow. Feeling it a bit. Yep. Thank you, Ella. I needed to hear this. Thank you for receiving it as well, Tiffany. You're so welcome, Allegra. I love how you find the nicest and most compassionate words for my worst character traits. You're welcome. It's what we do for each other. It's what we do for each other. Smush, smush. Queen Mia, thank you for the follow. And Brianna, thank you for subscribing. Thank you as well. All right. Love that. Oh, thank you for the compliment, AC. Tip, that is the Substack. We can't put the full URL because the app doesn't like it when we put full URLs. So there's a couple of little letters missing that you might want to put back in there, if that helps. If that helps. You're so welcome. You're so welcome, Masa. Thank you, Flo. And we got to 50K already. Guys, you are the best. Hi there, Moonchild. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Rose, thank you for the follow. Susie, I'm on a trip with my grandma. Tense relationship, so I've definitely felt that. Try me energy. You're doing a great job, Susie. Keep it up. Keep it up. Next week, well, here's the thing, Rose. You know, we're about to go into a lot of Gemini energy, so I keep on saying, go into it with your manifestation set, because there's going to be a lot happening at once, so it's important not to feel overwhelmed. I've been so much in my feels. Hey, KeyMed for working and feeling likely part of that. Sending you support, Rainbow. Gemini zodiac is the energy I'm most unfamiliar with, so this has been very helpful. It's a hard, listen, there's a reason why it's really hard to describe Gemini energy. It's eclectic. It's a grab bag. Even those with Gemini placements, I'd say that you see like it's hardest to describe those in Gemini, because it really is like a case by case basis. You know, it's a lot of that. It's it's dynamic energy. It's hard to pin down. Okay. I'm being out of it's feeling really low. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, Rainbow. Yesterday was my Jupiter and Gemini return on top of Saturn and Aries. Oh my goodness, I can imagine. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, you're sad. Yep, I get it. No, it's like, yeah, I get it. It's doesn't have to be like this. This is, you chose it. It's like, that's a lot of, this is how you, this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. This is not what this is what you wanted. Like, that's all I'm hearing. All right, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list, now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. First person we're reading for today is Deb. Deb, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, it'll be the fourth person read for. Also, if you have information you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant to a reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can put the information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it if you're if you're a member of our if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and you can post it in the appropriate channel on the Discord. I've always thought of Gemini as a free flowing wind. That's more Libra. Because Gemini is more like a pinball. Gemini likes Gemini doesn't like to not have plans. Gemini likes to keep themselves busy. You know, like Libra. A Libra is like the wind. Like the Libra is like, la, I'm over here. I'm over here. We're just vibing. Like a Gemini is like, what are you doing? What are we doing next? All right, now what? Now what? Now what? Right? Gemini, and you tell Gemini that they're the wind. Gemini's like, is there a kite? Like Gemini's like the kite on the wind. All right. Yes, I love that, Heather. I love that. Gemini's a bee pollinating all the flowers, but riding the wind, but doing something on it, right? We can use this wind for, oh, we can put it it's like windmill energy. It's like, what can we do with this? I got an idea. We can multitask. We can get a windmill. You know what this wind needs? It needs a windmill. We can harness it. We could sell merch, and then we can make windmill merch. All right, I've got you, Deb. One moment. Hi there, Artur. I hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, I got you, Deb. I see your question, love. All right, I celebrated by going out and getting a bunch of new journals. Ooh, you match the signs for astrology notes. Oh my God, I want to see them, Heather. Post them in the Discord. That sounds awesome. Wait, my uncle's a Gemini and constantly tries to sell things. I know. It's a very Gemini thing. Like, come here. Like, it's inventive. I got a new Oracle deck. I'm so excited to use it once I'm back home. Excellent. Post it in the Discord. I just created a tarot deck section. I should call it tarot and Oracle decks. All right, we're reading for Deb here, and thank you for becoming a subscriber, dear. Will Chris and I get back together? Okay, we're talking about it, and things are moving forward. Okay, can I get 4 cards, please? Highest party messages from Spirit. Thank you. So, whatever this was in the past, I got to stress this because it says to me there was like a huge collapse point here. You can't sweep it under the rug. You can't sweep it under the rug. The song Let's Not Talk About It is a song titled It Will Definitely Happen Again. The song Let's Forget About It is titled the song Let's Forget About It is titled It Will Definitely Happen Again. And I keep on hearing seeing everything you need to know as to whether something can come into a space of healing here is related to whether there's something about navigating a hard conversation without someone walking away from it, but being able to navigate it is what I keep on seeing. Because I see someone who's got a lot of trauma, right? I keep on hearing this is someone who is used to being in some kind of unsafe situations, but the difference between feeling unsafe and articulating that one feels unsafe versus reacting to feeling unsafe, tells us everything we need to know as to whether they're projecting it or whether they're ready to heal it. And I just whatever this was, whatever this past situation is, um, I feel like there's something that needs to be observed about it. And you almost need to start the conversation and saying, what's going to happen the next time it happens? Like, what is like, what could you both have done better? What is it that you can work on that would allow for some context of being able to do something in a more effective way? Because everything that I'm seeing here, um, I keep on hearing, has to do with how reactive someone gets when they feel unsafe. Um, and that's the difficulty point, because the recognition of the fact that they're safe having an uncomfortable like conversation will tell you everything you need to know. Um, I do see like someone's intentions, like there's somebody, like there's something here that feels like it feels like there's something like a breakthrough, you know. Um, but I keep on hearing it's half the work that we do is recognizing what we're like. The other half is recognizing and identifying that I keep on hearing the reason we're like something is not the reason that we're like something. The reason should not be an excuse on another person having to deal with it, is what I keep on hearing. Which says again, and it has, I keep on hearing it's a conversation around trauma in like environments, which is like when somebody, like, I'll put it this way: if we're going through something right now, and I, like, and I move out of sorts, and I can say to you, I had a really like rough childhood. That's fine, but it's not. It's the reason is not an apology, is what I keep on hearing. Like the reason on why, like the definition as to why one is like it is not the apology. An apology is twofold. It's not identifying why one is like that. It is saying I'm working not to be. It's the energy that says I'm working not to be. I'm going to do something differently, which is the space of not saying, look, and this is why you have to make sure that they're not apologizing in a way that says, sorry, I'm like this, right? Sorry you have to put up with this. Sorry, it's definitely going to happen again. I'm sorry. Like, I'm like, it's the sorry that's like not, it's like the sorry that's not an apology. It's a condolence card, right? It's like, sorry, you got to deal with this. It is literally saying I'm doing something about it. And if there's something here, and I think that there's something to be said here, I'm gonna tell you, if this is something that if there's some kind of recycle that's been repeating, you know, it's okay for them to get some help here, right? Like it almost says to me that there might need to be a conversation about whether there's something that they need assistance with. Because I got to tell you, if I keep on hearing the word I can't control, when someone says I can't control when happens, what they're really saying is the minute someone says I can't control, they're literally saying I need external help with. So I would say be very conscientious if you're hearing the words I can't control, because I keep on seeing that if they're trying to say I'm not going to do it again, but they're also saying I can't control, it's definitely going to happen again, because they're literally telling you I can't control how my reactivity point is when something happens. Make sure that you're not coming into a relationship dynamic where you just are agreeing to walk on eggshells around their sensitivities. instead of them doing the work to be able to build the resiliency to be able to confront and navigate something. And that's what I meant about being very careful. Everything you need to know as to whether there's a path forward. I keep hearing the path forward is entirely dependent upon the path backward, because their ability to articulate and to take accountability for their portion of what they could have done differently is going to tell you everything you need between someone that's saying, forgive me, I'm doing something actively so that that never happens again, versus the energy that says, forgive me and forget about it. There's no forgetting in healthy relationship. Everything is an energetic lesson that can be healed, but it's taking accountability on where the work is. Bottom of the deck. No sweeping it under the rug. No sweeping it under the rug. No, this is how we deal with that. Time is not a chalkboard. Time is not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. and never are we in more danger than when someone says it'll never happen again. Let's just forget about it, because that is the energy that says I'm not ready to face it. It'll definitely happen again. We're just getting used to it. So make sure that you're unpacking. I keep on hearing like the conversation on what could have been done differently, so that the next time it happens is what I'm getting. Like you can put those practices into play. And there may have to be a conversation about getting some kind of outside support for something, especially if these are situations like I'm seeing here having to do with volatility and reactivity with the combination of these two cards. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Deb. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, but you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is, what do I write here? Bree, if you're here, no, apologies. Blanca, if you're here, you got our highest gifter today. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. I bet the bird at Oracle was extra special. Is there a bird oracle? Yes, I like birds. Me too. What deck? Me too. Mention there's an app. Yes, I have that. It's a great app. Yep. It's really cool. No, it's a really, really cool app. It works really well. I hope the deck works well for you. To get a reading, Taylor, all you do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list, dear. His trauma. Yeah, he's dealing with that now. I see it. It's a lot. It's a lot. They cannot project that. And I gotta say, this is none of this. You're just like that. Like, never are we projecting more than when we say you're just like that. You know? And I see a space where it's like, I see the fact that you get it. Like, you've also, you guys have a lot of, you guys have a lot of similarity in some of the things that you've had to experience in the past as well. But I keep on hearing a shared past is not an excuse. It's a reason, you know? Being in the space of talking about a person leads to defensiveness versus discussing the issue. I totally agree with that, Rainbow. An issue is something that can be worked on as a team to come up with creative solutions. Exactly. His trauma is a past marriage. He's mentally messed up, getting help now. Excellent. No, and I can see, like, there's something about this, like, things were really bad, you know? Like, this is ugly. Like, I'm seeing something that was really, really ugly. And I can see them like trying to heal something, but they're getting really triggered in the process because they're just remembering the ugliness. Oh, thank you, Susie. That's really kind of you. I do my best. Dada, my wife told me that 4 times in 23 years. Needless to say, it happened again. Oh, Dada, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. She would always say, let's forget the past, but she couldn't. Sending you so much support. And thank you again. All right. Hi there, Soph. I'm on a hold list. Would like to have room for a reading. Absolutely, Sophie. I just need you to give me the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to honor the reading. But I need the date, dear. And I need the name that the donation was sent with by. Hi there. I got the Cozy Witch Tarot deck and a Bird Oracle deck yesterday, used in the live this morning. Oh, very cool. To be clear, you said we would be back together. So I need to stress this, okay? You know, when I see the fact, like I definitely see that there's a resolution that brings you guys back together, but the thing that I'm articulating upon, and this is the way we read here, it's not about getting back together. It's about making sure that the cycle doesn't repeat. And I see that if this is not resolved, then you will get back together, but the cycle, like the whole thing will happen all over again, right? It'll just, the cycle will repeat. They need to do something differently in order, like, and I keep on hearing, like, I see someone trying to white knuckle through, somebody was white knuckling through something. Someone was trying to say, I've got this, I've got this. I keep on them. A lot of the messages that I'm seeing here is them coming into the space of understanding that there's something that they need help with, is the difference between moving back into partnership with them and having a breakthrough versus some kind of breakdown repeating again. I hope that helps, dear. Thank you as well, Brianna. Sorry I got off topic. No, you didn't get off topic. You know, talking about decks here is not getting off topic, Susie. It's kind of like there's never a better place to be to have that conversation. So relatable. Thank you as well, Brianna. But this is what I want to wear. Like, this is what I meant about making sure that this is not a sweep under the rug moment. Like, this is not like, let's go back. This is somebody, like, this is it has to be someone recognizing that they need to get assistance with something. There's something about external support is what I keep on seeing. I hope that helps, dear. All right. Blanca, if Blanca's not here, the next, so I got you to show the date. Okay, that's perfect. You just did that. Let me just pull it up, honey. All right, and just a reminder, the next person on the list, that's perfect, dear. Sophia, I don't see anything that was sent, but you're saying it was from 10/18? Is what you're saying? Because I can just check. And just bear with me, friends. I'm just confirming someone on the list. Let's see. 10/18. My dear, are you sure it was 10/18? I need you to double check that date. And I also need you to send the screen cap because I'm not even seeing that I was live on that date. Okay, so now you're saying it's June 12th. Okay, that's different. All right, one moment. June 12th of last year. Okay. Hold on a minute. I've got a Sophie here on June 12th. Yes, thank you for coming back and honoring your reading, dear. Excellent. Let me just mark you off. Perfect. Thank you for coming back. It's been a minute. All right, Sophie. I know I told you guys when you're on the hold list, I honor the hold list. I keep the books. Excellent. All right. So I'm still looking for Blanca. If Blanca isn't here, the next person we are reading for right now is Bree. I do my best. Bree, if you're here, can you respond and all? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I got you, Bree. And just bear with me. Also, we didn't do the 50K, did we? We still have to do the 50K giveaway. All right, 1 sec, Bree. Got you. Okay. Got you, dear. Happy to read for you on that. But before we do that, we're going to do the 50K giveaway. And just bear with me a moment. Excellent. I know, but we're about to get to 100K. I want to make sure we do the 50K giveaway as well. I do my best. I'm really like I work, again, being organized is something I strive for. It is not something I'm naturally inclined to. I've got way too many fire placements. Thank you, Bree. Hi there. How are you doing, Phil? Yep, haven't done it yet. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to do the 50K right now. I am going to think of a number right now between, I am thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 60. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in orders different than you guys post them. No. 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 Oh my goodness. No. Nope. 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 Oh my goodness. No. No. Nope. Wait, wait, wait. I think I saw it. I think I saw it. Fig! Congratulations, Fig. Oh, wow. Actually, wait, Fig, I apologize. Heather did it before you. I'm sorry, Fig. Heather got it before you. Thank you. Congratulations, Heather. You got it. All right. Thank you guys so much. We will do that again. All right. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much. Okay. All right. Congratulations, Heather. You got our highest gifter. Next person on the list for today is, all right, we're doing Bree. It did take a minute. All right. Can I please get 4 cards? Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. Thank you for Bree. Bree, can you just comment to let me know you're still here, dear? All right. Thank you. And thank you for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Um, I keep on hearing a situation. Yes, Rainbow Heather. I keep on seeing uh, a situation or circumstance. Um, and if anyone else, guys, we're at 70K, so we're going to get to 100K quick. So keep on tapping that screen and we will get to 100K in no time. Also, um, hold on a minute. If you want to get on the list proper, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. There we go. There we go. Hold on, I'm typing. I can't type and talk. Perfect. All right. There we go. All right. Um, Brie, I'm seeing some kind of situation or circumstance. Like I feel like the issue between you and another person has to do with manifestation goals. Because I see you knowing very much what you want. Like I see you in a space of just really identifying, knowing what that commitment is, knowing what that energetic commitment desire is here. Um, this energy, I see some kind of conflict as it relates to partnership. Um, I see someone kind of, you know, working through, and I don't know if you've had this conversation with them, as it relates to like what you want, but I almost see someone that's keeping some kind of like, I don't know why I keep on hearing you shouldn't have to lower your standards for anyone, myself included, is all I keep on hearing someone say. It's giving me some kind of energy of someone trying to, like, I'm not sure if they've, and I feel like there is somebody trying to be clear about not giving you the wrong idea or something in that way. Like I keep on seeing, like I feel like I see someone that has a very clear picture of your manifestation goal. And I almost feel like that, I can see someone who cares about you. Like I see somebody who, like, it's not due to a lack of care, but that's why I just keep on hearing the energy say, um, you shouldn't have to lower your standards for anyone, myself included, because I feel like they see the fact that what you and them want are very different things. And it almost feels like them being protective of you in that way. You know what I mean? Like I hear someone that's saying, I've got nothing but love for you. Right? Like it's like, but that's the thing about it. Like I see someone being like, I want what's best for you. And I know that best isn't me. Um, and I think that, like, you know, they're just, it's interest, like, I just keep on seeing, like, I hear somebody, like, I hear somebody saying that, And I feel like if you've had this conversation with someone, like I got to tell you, if you were worried that they were saying something like this to you and they weren't being authentic, let this be the reading that tells you, like, this is exactly the vibration I'm finding them in. You know, like I see somebody that knows, like I can hear them saying, like, yeah, like they would be perfect if I wanted what they wanted, but I don't, it's not something that I'm currently seeking. Um, and I feel like I see somebody like who's in that space of appreciating that. And I keep on almost hearing them say, like, I don't want you to wait for me. Like that's how, like, that's how much this energy cares about you. They're basically saying, like, look, this isn't something this isn't something that they're working on fixing. You know what I mean? Like I see somebody who's got some kind of like crazy chaotic life. Like their life is like, it's not for everyone, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like they're recovering. I feel like they're recovering from some kind of relationship of someone saying that something about the natural chaos, like chaotic nature of their life, um, like damage them. You know what I mean? I see that, and that's why I keep on seeing they don't let a lot of people close to them because um like they I keep on hearing them say love isn't about proximity. It's about honoring what we're looking for in it. And I want to be careful. Like I see somebody, like I keep on hearing them like healing from a past relationship where they couldn't be clearer with someone, but someone still had the wrong idea because they, like, it's a space. I keep on hearing them say, I told someone exactly what I wanted, but all they let themselves hear is I'm like I'm waiting for them to change. Right? I keep on hearing them say, like, they recognize the fact that sometimes when we don't want to hear what someone's saying, when someone says, I can't be clearer, another person hears they're not ready to change yet. And this is why I keep on hearing them go in that space, going into that space of saying, we don't build into relationship with one another, waiting for another to change, because sometimes we're waiting for things to change that another person isn't trying to change. I keep on seeing them say, like, this isn't, they're like, this is, I keep on hearing them say, um, this isn't a phase, is what I keep on hearing. Like they're saying, like, this isn't a phase, like where you find them is like where they are. And I feel like what's beautiful about it is I see someone who, I got to tell you, I think I see someone who thinks you're like the cat's pajamas here. you know I see, like, if you had a conversation with someone being like, look, I care about you, but, like, we want different things. Like, I see somebody saying that, like, that was a heart opening, like that was them trying to say, like, that future that you want, it's not the same future that I'm aspiring for. um I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this right now. I see someone very, very career focused right now. You know, I feel like there's something about the work they do. I don't know if the work they do makes them have to travel around a lot. Um, I don't know if there's something about them, like, I keep on seeing there's something unique about the manifestation goal that they're offering, um, like to those, like to somebody. Like I keep on seeing somebody saying to a certain extent, um, you know, it's not it's not for everybody, is almost what I see them saying. Like there's something about that is interesting, and I will tell you, like, when, like, there's something important that I feel like I'm seeing here. Um, like, I do see somebody almost saying, if the day, like, I almost hear them saying, if the day ever comes that we want the same manifestation goals, like, I'll be the first one to tell you, is what I keep on hearing them say. Like, if the day ever comes that we want the same manifestation goals, I'll be the first one to tell you. But I just keep on seeing some kind of situation of someone, like I see someone being like, it's hard not to connect with you because, like, it feels like the energy of someone who misses you already is almost what I get. But, like, I keep on hearing it's not like like, that's what I meant about them kind of like working through some, like, place of being honorable. Because I keep on hearing it's like it's not about. I keep on hearing them say um it's not about the feelings, it's about what we're looking for, is what I keep on hearing. He's like, and that's why I keep on hearing them say, like, it's not, the feelings have nothing to do with it. I feel like it's somebody who does not want to let you down by building into a connection where you're hoping that they're going to be offering something different. Because I just keep on seeing, like, it feels like someone who's trying to keep distance because they care about your feelings so much that they don't want to hurt them, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like, I feel like there's something of being like, they can already tell, I feel like they can already tell that something is hurting. And that's why I keep on seeing them being like, I don't want to be in a space where I'm causing pain. Um, you know, like, there's a little bit of that. Like, there's somebody here recovering from some kind of situation of that nature in the past. And I keep on hearing them say, like, you know, yeah, like, a healthy relationship doesn't require us to abandon our manifestation goals, is what I keep on hearing them say. And I feel like there's a little bit, like, there's something about them healing from some kind of past relationship where someone accused them of that in some way, shape, or form, or accuse them of, like, I keep on hearing accuse them of misleading them when they're saying to me they couldn't have been clearer, right? The difference between what we want to hear versus what we say. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Brian. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Sophie. Sophie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 72K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, if you have information that is relevant to our read for today, for instance, if you have a, hold on a minute. If you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel. All right, where were we? I know it did take a minute. Excellent. Whoop, hold on. And it's my day. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Excellent. Rose, we do 1 cards once we're done the personal readings, and they're for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, you'll definitely have a 1 card when we get to the 1 card readings. All right, just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading to Brie. He kept telling me I deserve better. That's what I keep on seeing. I feel like I see someone who's very authentic about that. Like, I see someone who recognizes that you've got a very clear perception on what you're looking for in partnership. And I just see them being like looking at something and being like, I can't like I keep on hearing them say like, I wish it was, but it's not going to be like it's like not a good fit because I keep on hearing like they're like it's not. I feel like it's interesting because they're saying their life itself makes it hard, but I also feel like it's not a life that they're hoping to leave, is what I keep on seeing. You know, it's like giving me like something like it's not for everybody, but it's for me kind of thing. Yeah, it sounds very correct. Let this, okay, thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Yes, Lisa, we're doing personals right now. That's understandable. They had a very, that's what I keep on seeing, like a very, I keep on hearing like there was some kind of toxic ex situation that said I was okay with it. And then being like, like the difference between them, like I keep on hearing them say, I couldn't be clearer, but they just heard what they wanted to hear, you know? And Daydreamer, thank you for the follow. Alicia, I don't think that's possible. What do you mean? I, how did you? How did you? I don't offer that. I don't offer that as a donation option. All of my donations, um, all of my donations are listed in my tree that is Binks in my Lio. I'm also confirming now. I don't see I've received anything from there. Hi there, Susie. He does drive a lot. Thank you for confirming, Bry. Thank you. And for that, he won't connect in the future. I keep on like if this is an energy that said if something like, you know, I saw someone that's saying if the day ever comes that they're ready to like settle down in some way. I keep on hearing someone say like you'll be the first person to know, but I keep on seeing like I hear somebody saying like don't wait for me because they don't want you to be like they like it's not something that they're working to change, you know? Like I see somebody who just like I see someone who cares about you a lot, but they've just recognized that like in the long term, like what they can offer you versus what you're looking for in terms of a relationship, I can see them being like, it's the hardest thing I do to step away, but I know it's the right thing to do. It's giving me that type of energy. I am live. How you doing today, dear? Hi, Grace. You're welcome, Bri. Oh, thank you. And Sophie, hold on a minute. And thank you so much for getting on the list, Michelle. You'll be read for after Heather. All right. I was sealed from my slumber to say, save yourself, Brianna. Oops, awakened. I love that. Good to see you back, Nikki. Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I'm feeling so dang sad by all of this. Don't be sad. I don't think there's anything energetic. I mean, look, I think that working through the honesty and understanding that we have different manifestation goals is always a good thing, you know? Someone must be restreaming this live on that location. Alicia, if you would like to send me, um, if you would send me where that is, I'll be happy to report them. I definitely, and I apologize if that occurred. No, I agree. It's bittersweet, but I feel like it's a bittersweet. I mean, I think like I mean, I have to point this out though, Bri. It sounds like you guys had this conversation. It sounds to me like I'm just reaffirming the fact that like I see somebody who was in their authenticity than when they were when as they were stating it, if it helps. Okay, really? You're seeing it too? Okay, I mean, if you guys send it to me, um, I'd be happy. Like, let me just email me and I can see if I can get to the bottom of it. I love the word slumber. It is a good, it's a good word, right? It's good on the, it's good. All right. Where were we? All right. What's going on with that energy between you and Aaron? 3 cards, please. 3 cards. Highest priority message. I mean, I see a circumstance or situation of someone missing you, but this is giving me energetic cold feet, you know? And I would be very, very conscientious if someone in this energy comes back, because I'm just recognizing or identifying some kind of situation or circumstance where, and this is, I keep on hearing, this is like absolutely opposite to the reading that we just had, because I feel like you were kind of in some kind of relationship with someone where things were getting more serious. And if this was some kind of situation where things were getting more serious and they got scared and pulled away, if they come back, I really need to articulate that that has to be a chalkboard, or it's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. You don't restart. You go back exactly where you left off, because I want to avoid a tendency of someone working through some kind of commitment issues where they like, you know, they like all of the beginning parts of a relationship, because, like, there's no obligation. And if the minute there starts feeling like there's an obligation, they start quitting the relationship. I keep on seeing it's not the fact that they're not going to try to come back. It's about recognizing whether they actually are willing to do the work that's required in order to keep, like, to maintain one. Um, because I keep on hearing, like, and if this is energy that's trying to say to you, like, nobody changes me. Remember, relationships are where we go to be changed. Like, relationships are literally all about transformation. It's not about comfortability. It's about being able to work through the discomfort of figuring out and understanding, um, that, like, I keep on hearing, relationships are not comfortable. They're working into the mutual obligations. And, I feel like that if this energy comes back to you, I really want you to say to them, what is your ideal relationship? Because I have a feeling if they say to you, I want a relationship, remember, relationship is too big a word, because what you might be identifying as a relationship and what they identify as a relationship could be completely different things. So make sure you're talking to them if they try to come back and say, what is your ideal? Because I want you to avoid someone who is trying to, like, build the relationship that's the sweet spot, which is some kind of cyclical situation where they miss you, so they come back to you, and you recreate all of the beginning, all that first blush of what you experienced in the relationship, and then just as it starts to get serious, they do this again. because that would be indicative of someone who does not have the same manifestation goals as you, but isn't able to articulate, um, like it's like it's not about, and that's why I keep on hearing, if this is some kind of energy that says nobody changes me, um, you have to understand like that, like relationship is where we go to change. I just want you to avoid a situation where someone's just constantly having that sweet spot that you're getting to know each other all over again. And then once you start to move back into the commitment, they run away because they say that you're putting too much pressure on them. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like I said, the way you'll be able to tell this is if they try to come back and act like nothing's happened. I keep on hearing there's no fresh starts. There's no fresh starts. If they come back after time, time does not like, it's not, if they come back, you pick up the conversation exactly where you left it. You pick up the conversation exactly where you left it. And if they try to say to you, oh, you're still going on about that, you go on about that as long as you want, because I keep on seeing that, you know, the difference, like, especially if there was some kind of volatility that happened when you started asking where something was going. A healthy relationship does not keep you in suspended animation. It doesn't keep you in perpetual, um, it doesn't keep you in perpetual anticipation. And I'm saying this because I'm seeing here, like I definitely see some kind of situation of someone trying to come back to you, because it feels to me like someone who's trying to like hope time fixes something that they didn't want to talk about. So again, if this is them coming back and the first thing they say is, have you dropped the subject yet? Remember that the subject of clarity on where something is going is never something that you drop, because the song you will hear when someone's asking you to lower your standards is, have you dropped the subject yet? Have you stopped insisting for something that you think is necessary? So make sure that you don't let that be a moment that you just restart. Make sure that you pick back up exactly where you left off. And if they say, are you still going on about that? You can say to them, I don't lower my standards. These are my standards. Time does not erase them. Or like it's, you're not going to kind of go back to the beginning. There's no going back to the beginning. You pick up where you left you where you left off, or you don't pick up at all. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Sophie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Heather. Heather, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links to my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next, Michelle, you are after Heather. And if anyone wants to get on the list now, it is a great time to get on the list because you will be the 3rd person read for. All right. And also, friends, we are at 75.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And I'm just going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, Bri. All right. Yeah, please do. If you want to send me the link, Grace, I would really appreciate that. Can you clear up mixed messages I've been receiving regarding my ex? I mean, if you'd like to get on the list, Victoria, I'm happy to help read for that. Thank you for the help, Susie and Nikki. Yes, that's accurate. We had a small disagreement and he emotionally and physically closed the door. I felt he really did get cold feet. He's working on detaching, but what we had was worth repairing. I feel like what we had was worth saving. And that's why I said, even now, like if it felt like everything was going fine until like the smallest thing occurred, and suddenly it felt like I can see you like working through like why was something so small all it took to break it. I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is one that can like it's not it's I keep on saying it's not about being perpetually available to another person's needs. It's being able to operate through the happy medium. So that's why I said even now it's really important if they come back. It's not about letting go of that because it feels to me like there was something about that conversation that was in relationality to your standards. Don't be upset. Don't say like I don't want you in a, if you were talking about your standards, I don't want you saying I shouldn't have said that. Your standards should always be said. It's not about not upsetting someone. Healthy relationships support strong standards. They don't punish one for having them. This is so accurate. And this is me doing this too. Thank you, Just, for also receiving this. I feel like there's definitely, it's not if, it's like they're definitely going to come back, but that's why I see it's about the conversation. It's about coming back, picking back up where you left off. That is so how my family works. Let's forget about it. Why do you even care? Sending you so much support, Heather. You're so welcome, Sophie. Can't you just think about all the good moments and forget about the pain you experience? Oh, Heather, I'm sending you so much support. All right. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. All right, Rainbow, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, friends, we're at 76.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Also, please remember the only places I am streaming right now are here on the Clock app, over on the place where we keep the photos, and over on the place where we keep the videos. I am just trying to confirm. I am hearing that there's some reason I am streaming on the place where we keep the other location. So I'm just trying to see what's up with that. Okay. There we go. Yeah, and I just want to confirm because I'm looking at it now and I'm not seeing anything on mine there. All right. And just a reminder, if you have information that is necessary for the purpose of our read, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can post it. 1 minute. You can either post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it, hold on a minute. Or you can post it over in, if you're a subscriber, over on our Discord in the appropriate channels there as well. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Okay. Where were we? Yes, Michelle, you're on the list, dear. I had a dream of a huge meteor. It was going to hit Earth and then turned out not to make it. That's interesting, Susie. Happy to read for you on that. I can imagine it was scary. Again, that feels like a Pluto retrograde dream. The dream space right now is wild with stuff like that. Have I been wrong about everything or trying to connect or care, sense hostility? Got you, dear. Okay, can I get 4 cards? All right. Highest priority messages from spirit, please. The thing I keep on seeing um, in relationality to an energetic connection is I feel like I see somebody navigating the fact that something has changed, but I'm not seeing that it has to do necessarily with like something between you and this person. It keeps on saying to me Saturn has something to do with it, which is like just like, and I keep on hearing these are Saturn issues, which is just meaning to say that relationships change over time is all I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing that like relationships changing over time. I'm also I'm identifying something here um, as it relates to like what your needs are and what your expectations are in a friendship versus what theirs are. And I keep on hearing every time I read for this that there's a balancing issue because there's something about the like what you determine feels I keep on seeing like energetically restorative, like what feels like it's energetically balanced versus what they feel is energetically balanced. Like I keep on hearing it's Saturn and Libra issues because it's like it's talking about the fact that something feels like it's energetically off center in relationality to um like what we effectively give to one another in some way shape or form. And that's why every time I read for this person I keep on seeing them in a space of being like everything's good, like everything's copacetic. Like I keep on seeing someone say like everything's great between us. um but then I read for you and I keep on seeing like what's wrong because it almost feels like something energetically that they're operating in a space where they're just like yeah this is what my good is, right? Like I see someone being like this is what my good is, and you're articulating the fact that their good is not effectively like it doesn't feel like it's enough for you, right? It feels like there should be I keep on hearing like there should be more consistency, there should be more touching base, there should be more like communication of some fashion. um so that's what I said in relationality to um like if there's something there that you're trying to build consistency in, you know you might want to I feel like if you've offered that and they're saying that they're not necessarily energetically available for it, um, then you might have to recognize that like it's working into what feels supportive for them. Um, but like I know every time you ask me to read on this person, you keep on asking me if I'm picking up any hostility. And every time I read for them, I see like no hostility. I just see someone who doesn't have a lot of time, right? Like I see someone who's got their hands full. They're very energetically busy. They're doing a lot of things. And that's why I almost see that there's something about, if you're looking for someone here, that you're aspiring for more consistency. um like I keep on hearing, like I see someone who's not so much in the space of quantity as they are in quality. Like I keep on hearing, like keep on seeing sparks, which is like something about, having these like connection points that are bright, and then like pulling back, and them being good in that way. Like they're much more in some kind of spark connectivity, which is saying to me, like someone in spark connectivity is someone who reaches out when like the feeling strikes, or when they see something that like that they connect to you. Whereas I'm seeing you're trying to build something that feels more like fabric with them. So like I feel like one of the things that they're saying is you can like remember, um, that if someone looks at friendship more in the space of sparks, it can be hard to build energetic fabric points with them, because it feels, sometimes it feels like it creates tedium. Whereas those that and also the oppositional point, often those who have spark energy need to realize that those who need the energetic consistency sometimes like to have more consistent touch points. So I keep on seeing that there's a conversation to be had in the space of potentially recognizing that maybe the relationship is fine, but the way that you guys communicate or connect is just very different. I want to give you. I also see there's something about distance here, or locationality. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, make sure that you're not navigating. Um, Make sure you're not navigating a manifestation with in the space of expectation, right? um because if this is like, I feel like there's something about you working through the type of friendship that feels energetically restorative, that is much like a relationship, right? We don't we don't navigate our friendships in a way of working towards a lack, which is going like, why aren't you doing this, why, like it's not doing why, turning the why into what. Help me see, right? Like maybe there's the possibility that the type of connection you're seeking to build with a person of this nature, maybe that is something that is best with another person that sees, like, that is looking for more of, I keep on hearing more of that fabric to be created, or creating more of that energetic support system. So, um, you know, I feel like a lot of that space is understand, like this is why we talk about the fact, we've even talking about it in the collective. We don't attach our manifestations to people. We don't say, I want this with that person. But when we release the manifestation from a particular individual, it helps us see where we can find that type of relationship. So if you're feeling like you're trying to have a relationship with someone and it doesn't feel like it's fulfilling the prerogative of something that you're trying to manifest, potentially ask yourself, is there a way to qualify and to start talking about what it is that you're seeking in such a way to recognize whether there's a different connection that you can form that would be sustainable in that fashion. Thank you so much. Especially if there's some kind of locationality involved, or someone having a lot on their, like I keep on saying, like having a lot on their hands. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Heather. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards, for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Michelle. Michelle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, these are 2 of your cards, Michelle. We're going to keep them there. Hi there, dear. All right. That's such a Pluto retrograde dream, Susie. That is like par for the course right now. Susie, like the dinosaurs. Maybe I'll do a card on it. Yes. I mean, but again, I need to tell you even now, like working through releasing some of that fear right now, Heather, I think is going to help. Grim. And I know it's hard because like with Saturn transiting, it can bring a lot of that anxiety to the surface. List, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. There's Saturn's in Capricorn. Yep, that makes sense. I'm misunderstanding something huge. But that's what I meant with like a Saturn in Capricorn. Like I can see like a Saturn in Capricorn is someone who's like filling every moment, right? That's like often those with Saturn and Capricorn, it's hard to get on their like they're like it's like that. Saturn Capricorn can be someone be like their schedule is like booked out to like, you know what I mean? Like it's about like that's what I meant about quality, not quantity, because like often those with Saturn and Capricorn, they've got a lot on their plate because they don't like wait like it's like time is what they work into, right? So their good is never talking to me. But this is what I mean. Like, yeah, I mean, they're like, I mean, I'll put it this way. I've got friendships with people who like, I've got the deepest of my friendships. Like, I'm someone who like, when I have the deepest friendship, we almost never talk to each other. Like, I know that sounds wild, but like that, there's some kind of friendships like that. And I almost see someone that's like operating in that space. Um, You know what I mean? Like, the difference between it's saying to me, like, there's something about the difference between how you might be viewing a friendship versus how they view it in relationality to what like, identifying something wrong. I grew up with parents who worked 80 hours a week, so I'm very used to work mattering more. It hurts. Sending you support on that journey, Rainbow. But this is the thing about it. I don't necessarily every time I read for this energy, I don't see someone that is in that space of trying to hurt you. I feel like this is someone that thinks that the friendship is fine, but if you're looking or you're seeking a friendship where there's constant communication, potentially removing that manifestation goal from that person and saying like, help me see this, like working to the relation, like writing in like manifesting right now to the universe saying like, look, this is the type of friendship I'm looking for, so that you can start to articulate to that to those around you more, you know? Because I just keep on seeing, like, make sure that you're not, like, when we're building into something like that, it's not from the point of expectation, right? The relationship that doesn't feel like it's demanding, but being able to understand what we're both like what energy is seeking that feels like it's comfortable. I feel like this is honesty, similar with issues I'm working through with my kiddo. Well, and again, like, you know, this is something that potentially is addressing in terms of the difference between, um, you know, what we feel energetically comfortable with as it relates to building relationship versus what another might need, right? And I feel like that might be something helpful is like understanding, like I keep on seeing everyone has different needs in relationality to communication. Some energy needs constant encouragement. Some energy doesn't like need like likes more of a hands-off approach. I've been weirded out lately by some things like this person sharing that match up with personal things. Oh, I want a love situation read. I got you, Kim. We can definitely do that, Michelle. right. Well, and again, like I keep on seeing sometimes, like, you know, we talked a little bit about this in one of your other readings, Heather, like sometimes sometimes the coincidence of nuance isn't one that's directed directly towards us from another, right? Not overly reading into something and wondering if it's directed at us, but just like recognizing the sublime harmony of something that feels like it arrives to us and has a deeper meaning. Hi there, Michelle. Good to see you. And thank you, FM, for the follow. All right. Looks like we're doing a love reading right now. Love reading right now on love for Michelle. Can I get, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. You will be the you'll be the next person read for. And Laboo, thank you for the follow as well. All right. Love relation situation for Michelle, please. Make sure that you and this individual, I mean, this is like coming up a lot today. It's okay. I keep on seeing there's something really important right now. Um, I see someone who's like in some kind of shiftless energy. I see someone potentially not necessarily knowing what they want. Um, I also see someone having a hard time prioritizing connections. There's something about this individual and having a hard time setting healthy boundaries. I would be very curious. I would be very curious where their Venus placements are because often when someone has a hard time um, articulating boundaries, like the song you'll hear when someone has a hard time setting boundaries is a lot of energy around them that has the wrong idea, is what I keep on hearing. So if you're building into a relationship with this person, make sure that they're defining to you what is occurring between you. Make sure that they're able to state what they're looking for in partnership. Make sure that they're not coming towards you with anything that feels like them saying, let's just see where this goes. Because when someone says, let's just see where this goes, it can often be indicative of the fact that they don't necessarily like have an intention of building into partnership. And I do feel like there's something about this energy where they are adrift right now that I would be a little bit cautious or conscientious about because um, you know, this this is just giving me some kind of this is just giving me some kind of feeling that like especially if this is someone who's like not articulating to you what they want, but they keep on coming towards you. Um, a healthy manifestation is one that we can say in words. It's one we can talk about. It doesn't it shouldn't make you feel like you're trying to suss out what another person is looking for. Because that's the thing. Like, and I keep on hearing when someone doesn't articulate what their manifestation goals are, they can feel a little creepy, is what I keep on getting. And I got to point out, if there's some kind of energy here where someone's saying like a bunch of people are obsessed with them, energy that's often confusing others will say others are obsessed with them because it's a bunch of energy trying to figuring out what's going on. So I really want you to make sure that you're having conversations with someone wherein they can articulate what the things that they want are, that they're able to put it into words. No guesswork with a person like this, because, you know, and I keep on hearing something that they want for themselves has to be something that you yourself also receive. Like there can't be any double standards. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck information on this, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, if you're, I'm getting some kind of like, I'm getting some kind of like hot potato energy around someone, like like a lot of like a lot, and then a little, like everything and then nothing. Remember that something good is something that is consistent. And often the worst thing for us is something that's good but inconsistent, because we are waiting around, we wait so much for it to come into a place of consistency that we're afraid to energetically leave it. Um, so make sure that if you're trying to build with this person, that they're being that you're starting the conversation about what it is that they're trying to have in relationship is not the last conversation, it's a first. And I would say make them lead the conversation. No bobblehead energy. Not you talking about what you want and them going, yeah, yeah, I want that too. Like let them like say to them, and don't assume, don't let them say, I want a relationship. Say, can you please walk me through what the ideal relationship is? What is your ideal? What does that look like day to day? And make sure that they're willing to talk about the previous relationships. Make sure that they're willing to talk about them. And I feel like there's also something really important with a relationship like this, which is like, I want you to be asking, is there anyone who thinks they're in a relationship with you? Because I just keep on seeing that there's something about this individual where, they have a hard time laying healthy boundaries. And laying healthy boundaries is what protects others from getting hurt. And I just see, like, make sure, if they're articulating, um, make sure that if you're building with them, they're telling you what it is they want with you. And they're also giving clarity about whatever this is in the past. Because I see a lot of people around someone with a lot of question marks over their head, with a lot of confusion. Um, and remember, if these are situations where every time you try to have a conversation with someone, they're like, this isn't fun anymore. Like, why are you being boring? Like, if they're trying to like make it feel like you're an energetic drag in some way, your manifestation, like talking about relationships isn't boring to someone that wants one. But it will like energy that um like tries to describe talking about a relationship ruins, takes the fun out of it, is not looking for a relationship. They're looking for something spontaneous. I keep on hearing talking about a relationship does not take the fun out of it. It makes sure that it is safe. So make sure that someone is safe to showing you that they value you by willing to have a conversation on what they can expect with you. And especially if this is energy that just, and like I keep on seeing, none of this, like, what are you doing right now? Because I keep on hearing they make plans of with you ahead of time or not at all. Because sometimes energy that has a hard time prioritizing will often just try to come towards us like at the moment we need them to like fill in the blanks. Make sure that they're articulating and valuing your time, not keeping you in a state of like suspended anticipation on when they're going to reach out. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Michelle. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The list is now open. If you still would like to have a full reading today, you'll be the next person read for. We're also going to open it up to 1-card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like an additional animal oracle card, all you need to do is become a member of my team. Becoming a member of my team will give you not only the 1 card, but you'll also receive an animal oracle card with that 1-card reading. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we are at 79.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Ava, thank you for those gifts, dear. All right. MF, thank you for the follow. Oh, that's the distance I was seeing. Them in Austin and you're in Minnesota. Thank you for confirmation, Rainbow. What's with the 2 cards left out of the deck? You have 2 that stayed on the table. Oh, they want to talk. Oh, but that's what I meant. You know, it's interesting though, because that's what I meant about the fact that they didn't want to talk. Like I see someone like, I don't want to talk about that, but being like, they're obviously there. Like there's something about the fact that you're bringing that up to Finks. Like that's what I was reading. Like something about like some kind of space of like something being, there's something about that relationship where there's something in plain sight, but someone's like, we don't talk about that. So make sure someone's not trying to get you in that kind of vibration, Michelle, okay? It was a very lucid dream a few days ago. I went south for my, oh, interesting, Susie. La Boo Boo, thank you for the follow. Oh, Rainbow. And that's what I meant about the fact I told you something about Saturn happening, something is changing, like some kind of change in life. Like I don't know if there's somebody who's got some kind of like more like it I don't know if there's something here that like I see someone that's saying that there's a lot on their plate in some way. Like I just see somebody in some kind of like modality here where they're like they don't have enough time is what I keep on seeing. Thank you, Michelle. You're so welcome, Rainbow. All right. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, Liz. He's my coworker, so it's not dating yet. Oh, thank you for confirming. I was like, what's going on with the boundaries? Hi, Leo Venus. I like a Leo Venus. A Leo Venus. A Leo Venus is nice. A Leo Venus is like holding open the door. It's chivalrous stuff, man. Leo Venus is chivalry in action. I just want to know, is Derek going to call me? I'm happy to read for you, Liz, if you'd like to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Michelle, interesting. We're not dating yet, but feeling his attention. Yeah, I'd be conscientious about attention. No, like not attention, intention. Intention. It's hard for us to talk at work. Yes. No, I didn't see that he's saying that he's obsessed with you to others, but you know, I'm seeing here, like, make sure you're having a conversation with someone about past relationships or whether they're in one. Because I see a bunch of like, I see some confusion around someone that needs some form of clarity. He has a lot of close women friends. Thank you. Thank you for what I was seeing. Do they think are they friends? I keep on seeing, are they friends is the question you have to ask is what I'm saying to make sure of. Yes, okay. Thank you for confirmation, Michelle. Like, what does I remember when I said make sure to ask the question, does anyone else think they're in a relationship with you right now? Grand Rising, Haley. I appreciate you too, Michelle. I got you, Ruby. One card for Ruby on the next few days, please. This feels positive. This feels productive. I feel like something about this shift right now is going to feel like it's working in your favor. Animal Spirit Guide card, because you are a fan, is, oh my gosh, there's a blank card. No, this is good. This is actually, I didn't know there was a blank card in this deck, but this is actually good because it's saying to me that you're in a space of manifesting right now. So make sure you're writing down what it is that you're focusing on. Make sure that you're being clear, and like I keep on hearing, write down your manifestation, because I feel like you telling another what you're trying to manifest right now is going to be very important. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't let yourself get triggered right now. Don't let yourself get frustrated. Don't let someone pull you back into some kind of old, like, past version of self is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing like somebody saying like, I miss who you used to be, and you being like, I don't. Like, one card, spirit led for Haley. I got you, dear. And thank you for being a member of my team. The thing with the Saturn transition is it can bring a little bit of heaviness up. A lot of the feelings from the past rising back up to the surface, right? Just observe them and use them, use them as a reminder of how far you've come. Bottom of Animal Spirit Guide, please. You've got the stag coming up. And I think that that's important because it's saying, like, I keep on hearing, everything about the past is a gift because it protects us in the future. So something about being able to see something with more clarity because you experienced it in the past, right? It's like I feel like the past is now serving you because it's protecting you because you're seeing something that you can energetically avoid going forward. Hi there, and Theo. So good to see you today. May I have a card of clarity as to why Jordan hasn't responded? Okay. Reach out. Oh, I don't even know what that means. I feel like he has anxiety on someone seeing it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I think that there's something really important to make sure that, to navigate in relationality to the manifestation goals. Make sure that you want the same things as this person. And I keep on seeing, like, especially as it relates to prioritization of partnership. One card. Thank you so much for having that reading with me and Theo. Yeah, that came out twice, I want to point out. I do feel like there's going to be a response, but I think that there also needs to be a conversation on what's going on in their life right now. Thank you, and Theo. All right. Ava, I've been doing EFT tapping to release limiting beliefs. Could I have a card on my progress? That's brilliant. One card, please. It's interesting because I feel like you're doubting, I feel like you're in some kind of space where you're doubting whether it's working. but you're also noticing that something's changed, is what I'm getting. I keep on hearing it's subtle and it takes time. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's not like I keep on hearing it's not an overnight fix, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I feel like it's helping you break a pattern, is what I keep on seeing. Which is like, it's almost like I almost see you being like, you're doing it again. It's like it's the tapping of the self of being like, I'm doing it again, that helps one remember not to do it. Thank you so much, Ava, for having that reading with me. And thank you for being a member of my team. Can I get one card, animal? Yeah, especially with the cat, which is like, it's a cat because you're catching yourself doing something. So it's about catching yourself. So continue to do that. I keep on seeing, start to keep track of how many times you have to do it, because if it lessens, it means it's working. All right. Got you, Fig. Yes, I'm still here, Bridget. What's up? You have Pisces Venus. Oh, it's hard. Pisces Venus is difficult. It's not easy because it's all about working to help make to have to set healthy boundaries, but recognizing that it doesn't hurt people to set healthy boundaries. It protects people from getting hurt. One card on what Fig needs to know. One card, please. And just a reminder, if you become a member, oof, that's not one. Um, I'm going to try to read through these as quickly as I can, dear. Um, I feel like you've just scratched the surface on something. But it feels positive because it feels like you've just scratched the surface on something that you're discovering in yourself, is what I'm getting. And I feel like you've recognized that you're like, again, a healthy mind is a changing mind. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Queen, thank you for becoming a subscriber. Something sometimes we need to get away from something in order for something to make sense. I feel like that's happening in some way, shape, or form here. Yeah, if you're like, yeah, seal energy, like, yeah, seals know this. Like, sometimes perspective creates insight. It's a lot of that, right? Some things we only see when we're far enough away from something to be able to like see something. So I feel like it's like, like I feel like there's something that you're seeing that you are energetically protected from that you couldn't see at the time because only now you're seeing it. It's what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much. Trust your intuition, Fig. One card for Bridget, highest priority. Absolutely. Can I get one card for Bridget, please? Highest priority. Why did I start yawning as soon as I read for you? The list is open, Kath, if you'd like to get on it. Don't get overwhelmed. Make those manifestation goals now, because I told you the thing is, this Gemini energy can feel like a lot is happening all at once. Your mantra right now is, it's not a race, I set my own pace. Okay? Bottom of the deck. Yeah. In whatever that pace is, whatever that is, energy that is irrespective of you is not going to be upset that you're setting that pace for yourself. It's the appreciation of it, recognizing and identifying, right? The energy that honors your, like, doesn't ask you to overwhelm yourself, but being able to, I keep on hearing, clear your throat chakra, talk about what you need. Don't just say, don't worry about it. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the bear, which is being protective of your energy. The energy that appreciates you is going to appreciate that you have needs too. They're not going to be upset that you have them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget, and thank you for being a subscriber. Mush, mush, mush. Can I have one card on my ex who's trying to come back, please? One card, please. Highest party message. I keep on hearing, remember and apologize, like, I miss you isn't the same as I wanted, like, thank you, Bridget, is not the same as articulating what one needs to change. I see someone, bottom of the deck. Yeah, remember, an apology is not saying I miss you. It's talking about what one can do differently. Right? And so make sure that they're coming towards you in that space of not just talking about, like, I feel like there is something that I feel like there's been some time here, right? Make sure you're having the conversation about what's changed. Because it does feel like someone that wasn't able to prioritize you before is what I'm seeing. Animal spirit card, please. Let me see here. Yeah, especially with the bull. Remember, like, it's not enough just to talk, not to, like, not about waxing sentimental about the past. It's about talking about what one is doing to change. Like, change, like, it's not like the feeling, it's not about the feelings that haven't changed. It's about how they have changed. So make sure that they're not talking to you from the place of feelings in terms of saying, I wish things were different. Make sure that they're articulating about what it is that would take to be able to make them different. Thank you so much, Smush. One card on the meteor dream. I got you, dear. All right. And just a reminder, if you would like to have an animal guide card pulled, all you need to do is become a member of my team, and you'll also have an animal card pulled as well. One card on what the meteor dream means. Perspective. You know, I think it's interesting, especially before coming into Gemini season, in understanding, I keep on hearing a foregone conclusion is never foregone until it happens. It keeps on saying to me, there's something about that dream that helps you, saying, like, almost like, see, it was nothing to worry about, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's interesting too, because I feel like a lot of that dream was navigating some kind of feelings of things that were out, like, help. It's like a guide dream to help you navigate things that are outside of your control, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that, like, that space of feeling the anxiety of something happening, but recognizing that you can't do anything about it. It's almost saying to me, like, the dream itself and the fact that, like, you were worrying so much for the possibility of it occurring, and then nothing happened, is almost saying, like, don't worry about things that aren't like, that could happen. Just focus on what's in your power to change. Animal spirit guide card we've got here, like the otter, yeah, which is, again, it's like the otter is about being adaptable, right? It's not, it's like, it's worrying about what is within your power to worry about, and just letting go of the rest, right? Like, it's almost like the space that says, as long as you're adaptable, you can navigate anything that comes towards you. Because a healthy, like, you don't need to wait to know what's going to happen to have a plan as to what's going to, like, what you'll do if something happens. So they're saying, like, if you're worrying in that way, create the plans for the things that you feel like you can prepare for, and let go of the rest. Hi there, Brenda. Thank you for the follow. Heather. One card on love for Heather. I've got here the devil in its reversal. It's not, you don't have to be perfect to be worthy of love. And if someone's looking at you and all they have are criticisms, that's not the person for you. Healthy relationship is about critique. It's about mutual conversations on what we can do better, not picking a person apart to try to move into a space of saying that it's not our responsibility to do something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like you're healing from a lot of this type of energy. You know, it's not about the recognition as to why someone's treating us like that. Sometimes it's the moment that we say, why are you treating us like that, that the higher self says it's time to walk away, right? Because I keep on hearing that we shouldn't have to teach each other how to treat one another. We should, if unless I keep on hearing, unless the energy around you is this big, is like tiny, unless they're learning how to behave, right? It shouldn't be your objective to have to teach another how to behave in partnership. Thank you so much, Heather, and thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. It is ick. Thank you, Grace. Oh, you got Kath. You're on the list. Excellent. And the list will be now closed. Kath, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? You're so welcome, Haley. Ariana, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Brenda, the list is closed right now, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person we read for. Just got posted in the Discord, Haley. You got back from a trip. Welcome, Alexandra. It's so good to see you, dear. All right. And Natho, thank you for the follow. SLB, thank you for the follow. Thank you for claiming it, Juan. SLB, I'm happy to give you numbers in a reading if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow. All right. Glory, thank you for those gifts, dear. These are one card readings for subscribers, Glory, if you'd like to become a subscriber. All right. I got you, Kath. No, I don't think I hope you're hungry for nothing. No, quite the opposite, Ruby. It's a manifestation card. It's up to you, like what's ahead of you is like you've broken a cycle is what I keep on seeing. That's why it's white, because it's like it's allowing for that space of saying like use this time to write down what it is that you're truly trying to manifest. Hi there, Kath. I got you. I want to know what's next for me in career and what to expect next 6 months. All right, perfect. Can I please have 4 cards for Kath, please? 2. Yeah. I'm going to do 1 for career and 2 for career and what to expect the next 6 months. Got you. I feel like there's something about working through career right now that's navigating feeling underappreciated or underserved. I feel like you've grown out. I feel like you've grown out of something here. You're ready to expand. And I keep on saying the situation hasn't changed. You've changed. I feel like this almost feels like you've hit some kind of ceiling somewhere in relationality to some kind of path work of being able to come into yourself. So I actually feel like a lot of the work that I'm seeing for you in the next 6 months feels a lot like you trying to find a place that you feel like a better fit is what I keep on seeing. And I kind of appreciate this because I almost feel like I keep on hearing like the beauty of outgrowing something is not it's not the fact that it hasn't served you, but it feels like it almost just feels like there's a little bit of this misalignment in terms of what you're aspiring for versus what they're able to energetically offer you. I almost hear you saying no hard feelings. You get the fact that it's not necessarily someone it's giving me a little bit of this I would if I could, and you being I totally get that because I see some kind of big opportunity that you move into in the next 4 months. and it feels much more in alignment to you. It feels much more, it feels much more closer to your interests. I almost keep on hearing it's more casual too. I don't know why I keep on hearing a casual environment, but being able to do something in a way that it doesn't feel like you have to hide who you are, but you almost get to celebrate it is what I'm seeing, you know? Like, I'm not sure why I feel like there's somewhere you are right now that like rests on some kind of formality that you feel like is causing a bit of an issue in terms of being able to connect with someone. But I like what I like about this new opportunity that I see you moving towards in the next few months is I keep on hearing it's comfortable. It suits you. And I keep on hearing it suits you and it celebrates you because there's something, I keep on hearing something that you were trying to hide about yourself in like the last, like in the last environment. Here, I keep on seeing it's an energetic benefit. It's a blessing. It's great. I want to give you bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, especially with the Seven of Pentacles. You know, I keep on seeing that there's something about like, I feel like there's something about you going through like the blahs that is a bit of a gift as it relates to something that you're moving towards. Because I keep on hearing it's better to find something when you're not hungry for it, is all I keep on hearing. It's better to, um, it allows for, I keep on saying it allows you to be more discerning is what I keep on seeing, which is almost like I keep on hearing like it's almost like you're casually browsing. I'm getting the sense you're casually browsing for something, which says, you know, you're fine if you're fine if you don't find it. You're not really sure what you're finding, but you're just seeing what's energetically available. So if you're doing that type of work, I also want you manifesting around it as well. I want you to make sure that you're writing down a lot right now what that ideal opportunity is. So that way, when you find it, you'll be better able to recognize it. Um, thank you. But again, the one thing I will say, like the one note of caution that I would give you over the next few months is I don't want you getting sick of anything. I don't want you to be in that space that's saying, forget it, I'm done. I feel like there might be a lot of those moments that occur, but something about you kind of like, I keep on hearing, I want you to be in swan energy. And why do I want you in swan energy? Because they're saying like you look, everything's fine going above the surface, but under the water, like your legs are kicking, right? Like just navigating something with like a state of grace, but doesn't mean that you're not still making plans, right? Like it's a lot of that type of energy. So whenever you're feeling that right now, be like, I want you to be like, I am a swan, like, which is like you're navigating it fine. You're not creating any waves, but under the surface, you're still doing the things that you need, that you know you need to do to move you into better water. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kathleen. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, the list is closed right now. We are doing one card readings for subscribers, but if you get on the list right now, you'll be the first person that we read for tomorrow. So thank you so much if you'd like to get on the list. Also, if you get on the list for tomorrow, you will have an additional card in your reading as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. You're so welcome, Smush. Yes, it's been 1 year in between all of this. Wow, it's a long time, Smush. Sending you so much support on that journey. And Wanasni, thank you for the follow, dear. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. All right, I got you, Grace. One card, highest guide message, please. And guys, thank you. We're at 90K. If we get to 100K, I will be doing another drawing, and whoever wins the drawing will be added to the list for tomorrow. So keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right, can I get one card for woof? make sure that you're focusing. I want you going into this Gemini season with clear manifestation goals, because it feels to me like a lot happening at once, right? And it may almost like, I don't want you just having manifestations. I want you prioritizing upon the manifestations. So working in the context of what, not just having a manifestation, but the manifestation that you're working towards, like more than anything, to help you have to navigate, like working, like not feeling energetically overwhelmed. Bottom of the deck right now, yeah. Remember, your mantra right now, the same is going into this Gemini season, is I set my own pace. None of this hurry up, none of this slow down. You set your own pace. That comfortability point is one that you get to determine. Animal spirit guide card. And thank you guys. Anyone who joins my team and has a 1 card will also be receiving an animal spirit card. I love it. You got the dog. But that's what I mean about the space. Like they're saying even now, like it's more about you setting the pace, not letting anyone drag you. Right? Not letting anyone like try to like force you into something that feels energetically uncomfortable, or making you slow down, right? Like, again, what's nice about the dog energy is like understanding healthy relationship in any context is one where we don't feel like we're being dragged. We walk together like side by side, or not at all. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Grace, and thank you for being a subscriber. Hi there, Wanasni. I hope you're having a beautiful day. SLB, I'm going to say it again. Please don't spam the comments with repeating questions. It's not courteous. These readings are done for donation purposes. So if you'd like to, the list is closed today. We're doing 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, happy to pull a card for you. All right. And thank you for the follow, SLB. And thank you, Nath. How are you doing? Erica. 1 card for Erica on relationship, please. All right. And remember, if you'd like to have a spirit guide card pull, woof, what was that? Oh my goodness. I feel like you need to get some clarity on where something's going. I also feel like there's something about this being some kind of breakthrough. Being able to talk about something. This feels positive. This feels productive. This is recognizing something that has changed. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially in the realms of communication. I keep on hearing your emotions are not a burden so long as you bring with them your prescription. Make sure you're offering suggestions, because I keep on hearing someone saying, I'm really glad you suggested that, right? But also I keep on saying, like, lead with a conversation saying, would you be open to a suggestion? Right? Like I almost see like before like help heal a relationship by almost like asking someone if they'd be inclined to receive a suggestion as opposed to just delivering it, is what I'm getting. Because I keep on hearing it's like sometimes you need to do that if someone has a hard time taking critique as criticism, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. Animal spirit guide card, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Erica, and thank you for being a subscriber. All right. You're so welcome, Susie. It's about my fear of my grandma connected to past trauma. Makes complete sense. Yeah, the meteor, like you can't at any moment, right? Thank you, Anasni. These are 1 cards for subscribers, dear. You're so welcome, Heather. This one is it's the Druid Animal Oracle. Thank you for the help, Ruby. Good to see you today. Hi there, Layla. And Halu, thank you for the follow. The animal spirit guides. Oh, you sent a team heart? Wonderful. Thank you for sending a team heart. Can I please have an animal spirit guide card for Anna? Ooh, you got the fire dragon. Don't be afraid to speak your mind. Say it with your chest, right? When we say something we mean, we say it again. We'll say it again. We'll say it louder this time. But also, like, don't let someone make you say something that you'll regret. You're so welcome, Grace. All right. Thank you so much. That brought up so much clarity and was right on. Alexandra, I think I got mine, got lost in the messages. Can I have a card on transitions? Absolutely, dear. Okay. One card for Alexandra on transitions. I can navigate discomfort with ease. It's going to feel like there's no, like sometimes we navigate transitions. It feels like we're operating without a safety net. But I keep on hearing, remember, balance happens within, not around us. We bring our balance with us. Our balance is internal, not external. Yeah, right? You can't predict what'll happen, but you know who you are. When you can't predict what will happen, you know who you are, which means we're always energetically prepared for what comes. So make sure that you navigate circumstances and situations with integrity. One animal spirit guide card for Alexandra. Woo, we got the crane. This is beautiful. That's what I mean. This is the same energy, which is the ability to navigate situations with grace, right? It's not about what you find, it's about how you can make it better, right? It's working in the context of showing up and being what the situation needs. Thank you so much, dear. I got you. Hold on a minute. And Gabrielle, I saw that you got on the list for a reading. The list was closed. Would you be able to, can we move your reading to tomorrow? You'll be the first person on the list. Please let me know. One card. You always do this to me, Nikki. You just say the most wacky stuff, and then you ask me to give you a reading. One card on a dream with the lizard. That's a whole reading, okay? Can I please get one? Oh, man, these things you do to me. It's okay. I was going to say dragons and lizards have been super significant lately. All right, can I please get a card? One card for Nikki. I think we talked about the fact, you said this is where we're helpful here. We're lucky here because we've done reading. I've done readings in your dream space before. So the lizards in your dream space are the unhealthy thought forms. We've already ascertained that. So they're saying that that's a continuation of that theme that we spoke about. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, right? Like I keep on seeing that there's something in your dream space about recognizing or identifying, like I keep on hearing like the thoughts that feel like they don't energetically serve you or they feel like they're the blockage points. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. I was going to say dragons and lizards have been super significant lately, and I pulled the dragon. That's wild. Hi there, Pop Lap. These are subscriber readings, so if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Also, for those who join my team who are subscribers, you also get an animal oracle card. Thank you so much. I needed that. I don't feel heard or understood at the moment. There you go. Heart to throat. Don't project. When someone's got you triggered, don't react. Articulate through it. Don't react to it. I got you, Lucy. All right. One card spirit led for Lucy, please. Woo! I know, this energy right now can kind of feel difficult. Saturn's transiting, which it can bring up a lot of like sad feelings or working through a lot of sadness. Let the manifestation goals help you through something here. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Right? It's not your responsibility to wait for someone to learn how to act right. Your job is discernment, not discipline, is what I keep on hearing. Discernment, not discipline. It's not your job to enforce someone acting right. It's just your job to see if they are. Thank you so much, Lucy, for having that reading with me and being a subscriber. Thank you for the suggestion. He's a Virgo and really takes critic as an attack on his character. Yeah. May, are you open to a suggestion? Would you like to receive? Right? Can I offer you this instead of just saying it? I know it is a beautiful card. Hi there, Lolo. I love that. You're so welcome, Alexandra. Little Vamp, good to see you. Hi there, Luna. Absolutely, Kath. One card for Kath, please. Highest priority messages. And again, if anybody wants an animal oracle card, all you need to do is join my team. I don't know why. I'm getting like a mind your business is an active divinity. I don't know why I'm getting this. Minding your business is an active divinity. Like, you know, give it a minute. When you feel like, again, a lot, like a little bit of this energy being like, if it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea in 5 minutes. Yeah, right? If it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea in 5 minutes. One card's animal guide, please. You got the blank one. So this is good because this is saying, again, it's like working through the manifestation goals. This is a good time for you to be manifesting what it is that you're energetically seeking. Right? So take this time right now. Make sure you're writing things down before reacting to things. And then when you're feeling reactive, look at the manifestation and see if it's in if the action is in alignment to it. Hi there, Bridget. I have a client who is having a lot of snake dreams. It's interesting. Oh, that's wild. Snakes are a beautiful symbol to show up in the dream space. Thank you for the compliment, Sammy. I'll do a full read on it tomorrow. A holistic. Hi there, dear. I just realized my partner's a fire dragon in Chinese astrology. Whoa, that's even more in alignment. That's wild. Yeah, Adina, good to see you. We're doing, if you join my team now, we also, when you do your one cards, you also get an animal, animal oracle card. Guys, make sure that you give Adina a follow. I had a beautiful, beautiful podcast with her earlier this year. You can find on her site or over on my Substack. Lucy, if you missed the message, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos. So it said basically the work that you're doing right now is remembering your job. Like you got the sun card in its reversal. So you may be working through a lot of like painful feelings from the past. But the message I got to help you heal from painful experiences of the past is your job is discernment, not discipline. It shouldn't be your job to make those around you, like to discipline them so that they act right. You should just discern whether they're acting right or not. I keep on hearing discernment, not discipline. Kim, I got you, dear. One card general. Also, I'm still looking for Gabrielle. Gabrielle, please confirm if you're okay with us moving your reading till tomorrow, dear. You'll be the first person on the list. Yep, there's your card. You got 2 cards coming out right now. Kim, what do we have here? This is feeling positive. This is feeling great. Listen, don't let the past mess up something perfect for you in the present. Remember, healthy energy exists. And healthy energy will understand the value and benefit at moving at a pace that's comfortable for you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't let the past mess it up. And again, the difference between saying this, I'm sorry, I'm feeling triggered because this reminds me of something, energy in the present gets it. Trust is something that's earned. It's not demanded. One card, animal, please. You got the air dragon, which is, again, like letting communication lead. The difference between, again, taking time. Because I keep on hearing you almost saying to someone, I'm sorry, I can't move with more speed. I've just been hurt before. What's the air dragon going to say? That's fine. Take all the time you need. I'm very happy where something is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kim. Already on the team. Are you? Did I draw one for you? Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'm having a hard time telling if someone's on my team or not. I'm still trying to figure out how that works. All right, can I get an animal spirit card for Nikki, please? You got the bull right now. Change is hard, right? And so I feel like it's about helping others through through helping others find their comfort zone right now is key, which might mean having to slow something down, to do something at like moving, like remember, progress is progress, and we can control our speed if we see progress occurring. So make sure you're taking the time to slow things down and enjoy something. Thank you, Nikki. You're so welcome, Kath. V, your subscription's ending soon if you already, if you like to renew. It's showing up now. That's what's weird, Nikki. Oh, that's so weird, Nikki. I can literally see the change between where it was to you becoming on the team. That's weird. It just switched back. Thank you for the follow, Lolo. All right, a card for Queen. Can I please have a card for Queen, please? A lot of abandonment wounds coming. Do not get triggered now. Don't let someone pull you back into a past version of self. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Don't, again, when someone says you're just like, that's someone projecting. Be like that. You have the capability of changing. You're allowed to, even hearing you're allowed to change your mind on things, right? Especially if it means you're trying to work towards a manifestation goal. That's not that's not stubborn, that's adaptable. Queen of Swords, the stag energy. Like again, don't get triggered by the past and say, oh, it's happening again. No problem. New rule next time. New rule going forward. New rule. New rule, right? New rule is how we can be forgiving of the past, but make sure it doesn't happen again. Not it. I like the dragons though. Oh God, not the bull. I was looking at the same. It's a nice bull. Though. It's a beautiful bull. These animal cards are beautiful. I know, I love them. I'm glad I was able to bring them out. Yeah, the ones with heart icons are on my team. But it was weird because like Nikki's was gray, which means I feel like it's like I don't know why. I don't know what it means. It went from gray back into red. I think you have to like renew the heart me to stay on the team is what I think happens. I want an animal card. You're not on the team. All you need to do if you want to get on the team is you have to go into the gifts, Adina, and you just need to hit the join my team, the heart me, and then that adds you to my team. Why couldn't I get the air? Because you are the air dragon. That's the thing. You got to slow something down. You're welcome, Kim. Up there you go, Adina. Now you get an animal one. We are all learning together. I like this. We are all in the learning tree, learning together. Yes, you can absolutely have a card. Okay, so we're going to do an animal card for Adina, please. Animal oracle card for Adina. And guys, make sure you give Adina a follow. We got the dog, right? Which says, again, loyalty. I feel like there's something about working towards the manifestation of articulating that loyalty is the gift that we give one another, because it's the feeling of, I keep on hearing the sacredness of how others speak about us in rooms that we are not in, right? Like it is the ability to understand those who celebrate us, even when we are not present, is what I keep hearing. These are one cards for subscribers, Woman of Venus, if you'd like to become a subscriber. All right. And Lolo, can I have a card, please, for Lolo? There's a healthy relationship. There's anything is able to be talked about. It's a simple question. Simple questions should have simple answers. And if you're bringing if you're asking for clarity, I already know what it's going to say. Yeah, if you're asking for clarity and all you're getting is confusion, the confusion's a closure. Because confusion is where trauma is formed. You don't need to get, if you're experiencing something that's confusing and you're asking for clarity and all you're getting is more confusion, that's your closure point. You don't need to dig into it. You don't need to understand it. Let the confusion be the closure. Animal spirit guide card. You got the bear, right? Like again, if you're, it's being able to understand some things. Like if something is, if chaos is, if you're asking for clarity and someone's giving you confusion, that you don't need, like you don't need, you just avoid something confusing. You don't need to get trapped in it. Don't get caught. Don't get caught in the trap of trying to like you can't pull logic out of a confusing situation. If you're asking for it and you're getting more confusion, that's the confusion's the answer. Don't try to. You can't go into a traumatic situation looking for logic because the confusion's the point. All right, friends. One card spirit for 810. And recognize what's not working. Be solutions focused, not problem oriented. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially in relationality to conversations, right? The past is not an armory, it's a library. We refer back to it for lessons that we can apply, not weapons that we carry. And your animal spirit guide card today, oh, again, the bear again, which is, again, it takes a lot of bravery to navigate situations, but we recognize the power of our words and we use them carefully because words wound just as easily as weapons. And we're close. I know we're close to 100K, but I'm afraid we've reached the conclusion of today's reads. Gabrielle, second call. I wanted to see if you're here. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow to do at our normal time, which is 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Pacific. 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Gabrielle, so I'm afraid we're out of time today, but I put you first on the list for tomorrow. So we should start the personal readings tomorrow at 9 a.m. At about noon Eastern time. I will be happy to give you an additional card in that reading. Can you let me know if that'll be okay? And we have reached 100K. Okay, so what we're going to do, we got the 100K. I'm going to honor it. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to do the 100K giveaway, and whoever gets the 100K will also have the reading tomorrow as well. Okay? That seems fair. Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much. Would you be able to pull a card? Oh, absolutely, Gabrielle. Absolutely. All right. Can I please have a card for Gabrielle? Your emotions are not a burden to someone that wants the same things as you. As long as you're bringing the prescription, as long as you're not giving the emotions to someone like a puzzle box for them to figure out what to do with, they are not a burden. Bottom of the deck. Unless someone doesn't want the same things as you. Remember, healthy relationship does not require you not to have feelings. It's a space where your feelings have a place to be seen, held, and appreciated. All right. Thank you so much, Gabrielle. All right. And I'll look forward to our reading tomorrow. So we're going to do the 100K giveaway right now. Whoever wins is going to just make sure, like let the ability to communicate the emotions help you build into that point of clarity. And again, we can definitely go into it deeper in our reading tomorrow. And I really appreciate you being adaptable in that way, which is why I'll have extra cards tomorrow. So I'm going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and 69. First person I see that posts a number will have the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 No. 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 Kath, congratulations. You got our 100K. Congratulations, dear. Beautiful. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that milestone today. As I mentioned, we will be back on tomorrow at our regular time. If you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos, also on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast later today over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. For those who became subscribers today, welcome. I'd like to invite you to join us over on our subscriber-only Discord channel. You can introduce yourself in our welcome wagon section. Gabrielle will be on tomorrow. We're going to come on to do the collective at 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll probably start personal readings at 12 p.m. Eastern. If again, I'd like to encourage you, if you became a subscriber today, to head over to our subscriber only Discord, introduce yourself to the collective. Also, in the perk section there, you will find a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Substack class subscription for Tarot Church classes. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th. We will be studying the Temperance card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all that you do. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.